Camping has always been my favorite way to escape from the rush of life. I grew up surrounded by woods in Vermont, so being outdoors feels natural. A few months ago, I decided to take a solo camping trip. Work had been stressful and I needed a break. I chose a remote campsite deep in the Adirondacks, away from any marked trails or crowds. The idea of solitude appealed to me, just me, nature, and silence. Looking back, I wish I'd chosen somewhere less isolated. The drive to the trailhead was long, almost 5 hours, but the scenery kept me awake. Tall pine trees lined the winding roads, their tops swaying in the wind. It was early October, so the leaves had turned into fiery shades of orange and red. The air was crisp, just cold enough to remind you that winter wasn't far away. By the time I arrived, it was already late afternoon. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the ground. I parked my car at the small gravel lot, shouldered my backpack, and started walking. The trail began well-defined, with clear signs pointing out different paths. I'd chosen a spot about 5 miles in, just off an unmarked side trail I found online. The website mentioned it was a hidden gem, perfect for someone seeking true solitude. After about 2 hours of hiking, I found the turnoff, a narrow path barely visible through the dense undergrowth. I pushed through, feeling the excitement of venturing somewhere few others had. By the time I reached the clearing, the sun was dipping below the horizon. The spot was beautiful, a small, flat area surrounded by towering trees, with a view of a nearby stream. I set up my tent quickly, unpacked my gear, and built a small fire. As the flames crackled, I ate a quick meal of canned soup and bread. The woods around me were alive with sounds: the rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, the gentle gurgle of the stream. It was peaceful, exactly what I needed. The first night was uneventful. I slept well, lulled by the sounds of the forest. The next morning, I woke early, eager to explore. I spent hours wandering the area, following the stream as it twisted through the forest. The air was fresh, the kind that fills your lungs and makes you feel alive. By the time I returned to camp, the sun was high and I was starving. I cooked a quick lunch over the fire, then settled in with a book I'd brought along. Time seemed to slow down out there. No emails, no calls, no deadlines. Just me and the woods. It wasn't until the second night that things started to feel off. As the sun set and darkness enveloped the forest, the usual sounds seemed to change. The rustling of leaves felt heavier, deliberate, as if something was moving through them. I tried to brush it off, probably just a deer or some other animal. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I kept glancing over my shoulder, my eyes scanning the dark edges of the clearing. The firelight didn't reach far, leaving much of the forest cloaked in shadow. Around midnight, I heard it, a low, rhythmic sound. First, I thought it was the wind, but it was too steady. It sounded like footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming from the direction of the stream. My heart raced as I strained to listen. The footsteps stopped, replaced by silence so complete it felt oppressive. I told myself it was nothing, probably just an animal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. I barely slept that night, every noise jolting me awake. By morning, I was exhausted but determined to stay. I'd come out here to escape, and I wasn't going to let my imagination ruin it. I spent the day exploring further downstream, trying to shake off the unease. By the time I returned, the sun was setting again, painting the sky in deep purples and oranges. I rebuilt the fire and forced myself to relax. That night, the footsteps returned, louder this time. They circled the clearing, staying just out of sight. My hands trembled as I gripped the small knife I'd brought with me. I called out, my voice shaky, but there was no response, just the sound of those deliberate steps. Then they stopped, and the silence returned. I sat by the fire, wide-eyed and alert, until dawn began to break. Whatever it was, it didn't come closer. The next day, I decided to leave. My nerves were shot, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I packed up camp quickly, constantly glancing over my shoulder. As I started back down the trail, the woods felt different. The vibrant colors seemed muted, the air heavier. I moved as quickly as I could, eager to reach the safety of my car. About halfway back, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. On the side of the trail, partially hidden by leaves, was a small pile of stones, a cairn. It hadn't been there before. The stones were carefully stacked, almost too perfect. My mind raced. Was it a marker? A warning? I didn't wait to find out. I pushed on, my pace quickening. As I neared the trailhead, I saw something that stopped me in my tracks. In the dirt, just off the path, were footprints. They were fresh, the edges crisp, and larger than mine. They led off into the woods, disappearing into the undergrowth. I felt a surge of panic and broke into a run. By the time I reached the parking lot, I was gasping for breath. My car was the only one there, just as I'd left it. I threw my gear into the trunk, jumped into the driver's seat, and locked the doors. As I started the engine, I glanced back at the trailhead. For a moment, I thought I saw movement, a figure standing just at the edge of the trees. But when I blinked, it was gone. I didn't wait to find out. I peeled out of the lot, gravel spraying behind me. Even now, weeks later, I can't explain what happened out there. Maybe it was just my imagination, heightened by the isolation. Or maybe someone really was out there watching me. Either way, it's an experience I won't forget. I haven't been camping since, and I'm not sure I ever will. The woods, once a place of peace and comfort, now feel different, more sinister, more alive. And sometimes, late at night, I find myself lying awake, listening, straining to hear the sound of footsteps outside my window. I decided to go camping alone for the first time in years. I'd always loved the outdoors, but life had gotten in the way. Work, responsibilities, all of it piling up until I realized I hadn't been on a proper trip in over a decade. So when a free weekend finally appeared on my calendar, I jumped on it. I packed my gear, stocked up on food and water, and drove out to a remote area of the national forest where I knew I wouldn't run into too many people. That was the point, after all. Just me, nature, and some peace and quiet. The trail I picked was one I'd hiked years ago with friends. It wasn't a popular one. No scenic overlooks or waterfalls to draw crowds. Instead, it cut through dense forest, winding up and down hills before eventually leading to a small clearing by a creek. I remembered that spot vividly. We'd camped there once, and I'd been struck by how isolated it felt, like we were the only people for miles. That's where I planned to set up camp. I arrived at the trailhead late in the morning. The parking lot was empty, just the way I'd hoped. After double-checking my gear, I shouldered my pack and started down the trail. The weather was perfect, clear skies, mild temperatures, and just a hint of a breeze rustling through the trees. The forest was alive with sound. Birds calling, leaves crunching underfoot, the occasional rustle of something small darting through the underbrush. Felt good to be out there again. The hike took longer than I remembered. The trail was steeper in places, and the summer heat, though mild, left me drenched in sweat by the time I reached the clearing. But the effort was worth it. The spot was just as I'd remembered. A wide, grassy patch surrounded by towering trees, with the creek running along one edge. I dropped my pack and took a moment to soak it all in. This was exactly what I'd been craving. I spent the afternoon setting up camp. My tent went up in a flat spot near the creek, and I built a small fire ring with rocks I found nearby. Once everything was ready, I sat down by the water to eat lunch and let myself relax. The sound of the creek was soothing, and for a while, I just sat there, staring at the water as it tumbled over rocks and under fallen branches. It was peaceful, exactly what I'd wanted. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, I decided to explore the area. I followed the creek upstream for a while, stepping carefully over rocks and fallen logs. The forest felt alive but also still, in a way that was hard to describe. The farther I walked, the more I felt like I was leaving the world behind. There were no signs of other people, no trash, no footprints, nothing. Just the forest and me. Eventually, I turned back. By the time I returned to camp, the sun was setting, and the clearing was bathed in golden light. I started a fire and cooked a simple meal, enjoying the warmth and the faint smell of wood smoke. As darkness fell, the forest around me seemed to come alive with new sounds. The chirping of crickets, the occasional hoot of an owl, and the rustling of leaves in the breeze. It was a little unnerving, being out there alone, but I reminded myself that it was just nature doing its thing. I went to bed early, tired from the hike and the day's work. My tent was small but comfortable, and the sound of the creek outside was a soothing backdrop as I drifted off to sleep. For a while, everything was perfect. Then I woke up. At first, I wasn't sure what had pulled me from sleep. The fire outside had burned down to embers, and the clearing was dark, lit only by the faint glow of moonlight filtering through the trees. I lay there for a moment, listening. The forest was still alive with sound, but something felt different. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I felt it in my gut, that primal sense that something wasn't right. I stayed still, straining to hear anything unusual. First, there was nothing. Then, just as I was about to brush it off and go back to sleep, I heard it, a faint, distant sound. It was hard to make out, but it didn't belong. It wasn't the wind or the creek or any of the usual noises of the forest. It was something else, a crack, like a branch snapping underfoot. I told myself it was an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon. But as I lay there, listening, I heard it again, closer this time, a deliberate sound, like someone or something moving through the forest. My pulse quickened, and I felt a knot form in my stomach. I'd camped enough to know the difference between the random rustlings of wildlife and the sound of something larger, something purposeful. I sat up slowly, careful not to make a sound. My heart was pounding now, the adrenaline sharpening my senses. I reached for my flashlight, but hesitated before turning it on. If someone was out there, I didn't want to give away my position. Instead, I waited, listening. The sound came again, closer still. A crunch of leaves, the snap of a twig. It was unmistakable now. Someone was out there, moving through the forest toward my camp. I thought about calling out, but something held me back. If it was another hiker, they'd have no reason to be sneaking around in the dark. And if it wasn't, well, I didn't want to find out. I stayed frozen, my mind racing. Should I leave the tent? Stay inside and hope they went away? I'd brought a small knife with me, more for cooking than anything else, but it was the only weapon I had. I grabbed it, clutching it tightly as I tried to think. The footsteps stopped. For a moment, there was silence, broken only by the sounds of the forest. Then, to my horror, I heard something new. The faint rustle of fabric, like someone brushing against the side of my tent. My breath caught in my throat. Whoever it was, they were right outside. I gripped the knife tighter, my hands trembling. My mind raced through worst-case scenarios. Was it a thief? Predator? Someone worse? I couldn't just sit there. Summoning every ounce of courage I had, I reached for the zipper of the tent door. If they were going to come in, I wanted to see them first. Slowly, silently, I pulled the zipper down an inch, then another. My heart was hammering in my chest, and I could feel sweat dripping down my back. Then, without warning, there was a loud crash outside, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps running away. I froze, unsure of what had just happened. Had they tripped? Been scared off? I waited, listening, but the forest was quiet again. Whoever it was, they were gone. I stayed awake the rest of the night, knife in hand, jumping at every sound. When dawn finally broke, I stepped out of the tent, my legs shaky. The clearing looked the same as it had the night before, but I felt exposed, vulnerable. I walked the perimeter, looking for any signs of what had happened. Near the edge of the clearing, I found them. Footprints. Human footprints, leading from the trees to my tent and then back into the forest. I didn't stick around to find out who they belonged to. I packed up my gear in record time and hiked back to the car, constantly glancing over my shoulder. The sense of relief when I finally reached the parking lot was overwhelming, but it was mixed with something else. A lingering unease, a reminder of how vulnerable I'd been out there alone. I haven't been camping since. I was never a fan of camping, but when my friends insisted, I couldn't say no. They all knew how to set up tents, start campfires, and had all the right equipment. I was the outsider in the group, someone who preferred a bed to a sleeping bag, but something about the adventure was tempting. Maybe it was the idea of escaping the routine of work and city life, or perhaps it was the thought of being disconnected for a few days. Either way, I found myself reluctantly packing a bag for a weekend camping trip in the woods, far from civilization. We drove for hours, leaving the city's noise behind. The landscape started changing slowly, from the concrete jungle to open fields, then to dense trees that seemed to grow thicker the farther we went. The road eventually turned into a dirt path, and the trees closed in around us, their branches casting shadows over the car. I could feel my stomach churn with a mix of excitement and nerves. This was a place I'd only ever seen in movies. Remote, untouched, and a little too quiet. As we arrived at the campsite, I looked around. There were no other campers in sight, just trees, rocks, and a small stream nearby. The air smelled fresh, and the only sound was the rustling of leaves in the breeze. We unloaded the car, and everyone got to work setting up camp. They were all seasoned pros, moving quickly, while I struggled to even get my tent poles in the right position. My friends laughed and gave me a hard time, but it was all in good fun. Despite the slight unease I felt, I was starting to enjoy myself. The sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in oranges and pinks. The fire pit was set, and we gathered around, the crackling flames casting a warm glow on our faces. There was something oddly comforting about being surrounded by darkness, knowing we were far from the distractions of the modern world. We ate, drank, and joked as the night settled in. But as the fire grew smaller, the darkness around us seemed to deepen. I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't as alone as we thought. It was nothing concrete, just a sense of being watched. I tried to shrug it off, telling myself it was just the quiet of the wilderness playing tricks on me. I was just about to close my eyes when I heard a sound, a twig snapping in the distance. I sat up straight, my heart thumping in my chest. The others were laughing, completely oblivious to the noise, but my mind was racing. I glanced around. Nothing. Could have been an animal, I reasoned. Maybe a deer or a raccoon. But deep down, something told me it was more than that. I tried to ignore it, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. I had to get up and check. I wasn't about to let my imagination get the best of me. Quietly, I stood up from the circle, telling myself I'd just take a walk by the stream to clear my head. I stepped away from the campfire, the night air cooler than before, and made my way toward the sound of the water. As I walked, the trees seemed to close in, the darkness thickening around me. The moon barely pierced the canopy, and every rustle in the underbrush made me jump. I tried to tell myself that it was just the wind, but the hairs on the back of my neck were standing on end. I reached the stream, the water flowing swiftly over rocks, creating a calming sound that contrasted with the tension in my body. But then, I heard it again, a snap of a twig, louder this time. My heart raced. I spun around, but there was nothing there. No movement, no shadow in the trees. I was about to turn back when I saw something, a figure just at the edge of my vision. It wasn't a person, though. It was more like a shape, a dark silhouette against the trees. My first instinct was to run, but my legs felt frozen. The figure didn't move, but the air around me seemed to thicken, pressing in from all sides. I took a cautious step forward, trying to get a better look, but the figure vanished into the shadows. I blinked, unsure if I'd really seen it at all. I stood there for what felt like forever, my mind racing with thoughts of wild animals, other campers, or worse, someone who didn't belong out here. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. After what seemed like an eternity, I forced myself to move, heading back to the campsite. I didn't want to seem paranoid, but I couldn't help it. The whole place felt off. When I returned, I told myself it was nothing, just a trick of the mind. The next morning, I woke up early, the sun barely peeking over the horizon. I had trouble sleeping, the events of the previous night playing over and over in my mind. As I stepped out of my tent, I noticed something strange. Footprints in the dirt around our campsite. They weren't animal tracks. They were human, and they led off into the woods. I felt a chill run down my spine. I wasn't sure who had been out there, but it didn't sit right with me. I wanted to ask my friends if they'd noticed anything strange, but I didn't want to seem paranoid. Maybe it was just someone passing by, or maybe we weren't as isolated as we'd thought. But deep down, I knew it was something more. We spent the rest of the day hiking and exploring, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the bushes, made me jump. Couldn't relax. That night, I stayed close to the fire, my nerves on edge. I kept scanning the tree line, half expecting to see that shape again. Around midnight, when the fire had burned down to just embers, I heard it footsteps, crunching leaves just beyond the reach of the firelight. My heart skipped a beat. This wasn't my imagination. Someone or something was out there. I grabbed a flashlight and stood up, scanning the woods, but there was nothing, just the trees swaying in the breeze. I couldn't take it anymore. I told my friends we needed to leave. They laughed it off, but I could see the hesitation in their eyes. I wasn't the only one who felt uneasy. The next morning, we packed up quickly, eager to leave the woods behind. As we loaded up the car, I caught one last glimpse of the forest. It felt like the trees were watching me, like they were hiding something I didn't want to know. We drove out of there without looking back, the city skyline slowly coming into view as we left the forest behind. I don't know what was out there in the woods, but I'll never forget the feeling of being watched, of knowing that whatever it was, it didn't want us there. And though we made it out safe, I can't shake the feeling that something is still waiting in those woods, something I'll never fully understand. I've always been the kind of person who finds solace in the wilderness. It's not just the fresh air or the escape from city life. It's the quiet, the stillness, and the feeling of being surrounded by something bigger than myself. That's why, when I had a free weekend, I decided to pack my gear and head out to a remote part of the forest I'd never explored before. I had heard about this area from a hiking forum, a sprawling stretch of dense woods with few trails, no cell service, and a pristine lake nestled deep in the heart of it. The drive out was uneventful, just miles of winding roads cutting through smaller towns and eventually leading to a gravel path that felt more like an afterthought than a road. The forest was thick, and the sunlight barely filtered through the canopy. I parked at the trailhead, which was little more than a clearing with a weathered sign warning hikers to be prepared for unmarked trails and unpredictable weather. Perfect. I wanted solitude, and this seemed like just the place to find it. My pack was loaded with everything I needed: a lightweight tent, sleeping bag, food for 3 days, a water filtration system, and a map of the area. I checked and double-checked my gear before setting off. The trail started as a well-worn dirt path but quickly became less defined. The deeper I went, the more it felt like I was leaving the world behind. Trees towered above me, their branches intertwined to create a natural tunnel. The air was cooler here, damp and earthy. Occasionally, I'd hear the rustle of leaves or the distant call of a bird, but otherwise it was silent. After about 5 hours of hiking, I reached the lake. It was as beautiful as I'd imagined. A wide expanse of clear, still water surrounded by forested hills. The surface reflected the sky like a mirror, and for a moment, I just stood there, taking it all in. There was no one else around. No boats, no cabins, not even the remnants of a campsite. It was untouched. I set up camp on a small rise overlooking the lake. The ground was soft with moss and pine needles, and I found a flat spot to pitch my tent. After securing it, I gathered some wood for a small fire and prepared a simple meal. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the lake turned a deep shade of blue, and the stars began to appear. It was the kind of night that reminded me why I loved being out here. No noise, no stress, just me and the wilderness. But as the night deepened, I started to feel off. It was subtle at first. A prickle on the back of my neck, the sensation of being watched. I chalked it up to my imagination. After all, I was alone in an unfamiliar place. It's natural to feel a little uneasy, right? Still, I couldn't shake it. Even as I crawled into my tent and zipped up the flap, I found myself listening intently to the sounds outside. The usual forest noises were there, the chirping of crickets, the occasional rustle of leaves. But there was something else, a faint, irregular sound, like twigs snapping underfoot. I told myself it was just an animal and forced myself to sleep. The next morning, the unease lingered. I'm not someone who spooks easily, but I couldn't deny that something felt wrong. I decided to stay another night, partly because I didn't want to cut my trip short over a vague feeling and partly because the lake was so stunning. I spent the day exploring the area, venturing further into the woods. The forest here was denser than I'd expected, with thick underbrush and uneven terrain. Several times, I had to backtrack because I'd lost my bearings. I kept my compass and map close, knowing how easy it would be to get lost out here. Around midday, I came across something that made my stomach tighten. It was a small clearing barely visible through the trees. In the center was an old fire pit, surrounded by rocks blackened with soot. It wasn't recent. Grass and weeds had started to reclaim the area, but it was a clear sign that someone had camped here before. That alone wasn't unsettling. What bothered me was the fact that there were no trails leading to or from the clearing. It was as if whoever had been here had arrived and left without disturbing the forest. I stood there for a while, staring at the fire pit, before deciding to head back to my camp. By the time I returned, the sun was low in the sky. I made another fire and cooked dinner, but my appetite was gone. The feeling of being watched was stronger now, and every snap of a branch or rustle in the bushes made me jump. I told myself I was being paranoid. I was in the middle of nowhere after all. The chances of someone else being out here were slim. That night was worse. I woke up to a sound that I couldn't ignore. Footsteps. They were faint, deliberate, and close. I lay there, heart pounding, straining to hear. The footsteps stopped, replaced by a heavy silence. I stayed still for what felt like hours, clutching my knife and flashlight, but nothing happened. Eventually, exhaustion took over and I fell asleep. When I woke up, it was dawn. I unzipped the tent cautiously and stepped outside. Everything looked normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. That's when I noticed the footprints. They were faint but unmistakable, leading from the tree line to the edge of my campsite and back again. I stared at them, my mind racing. They were too large to be an animal's and too deliberate to be random. Someone had been here. I decided I'd had enough. I packed up my gear as quickly as I could, constantly glancing over my shoulder. The hike back to the trailhead was grueling. Every sound made me jump, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. I forced myself to keep moving, even when my legs burned and my lungs begged for a break. The forest, which had seemed so peaceful when I arrived, now felt oppressive. The trees closed in around me, their branches reaching out like skeletal hands. When I finally reached my car, I threw my pack in the trunk and got in, locking the doors immediately. My hands were shaking as I started the engine. The gravel road seemed to stretch on forever, but I didn't stop until I was miles away. Only then did I allow myself to breathe. Looking back, I can't say for sure what happened out there. Maybe it was just my imagination, amplified by the isolation. Or maybe someone really was watching me. Either way, I haven't been back to that forest since. The wilderness is beautiful, but it's also vast and indifferent. Out there, you're on your own, and sometimes that's a little too real. It was supposed to be a peaceful getaway, just me and the quiet of the woods. After weeks of stress at work, the idea of camping alone in the middle of nowhere sounded like the perfect reset. I picked a spot deep in the national forest. No cell service, no marked trails, just endless trees and solitude. I loaded my backpack with the essentials: a tent, a sleeping bag, enough food for a few days, a map, and my trusty compass. The first day was uneventful. I hiked for miles, the crunch of leaves under my boots and the occasional rustle of wildlife keeping me company. The forest felt alive but welcoming. I found a clearing near a small stream as the sun dipped low in the sky. Setting up camp was routine: pitching the tent, gathering firewood, and boiling water for a simple meal. By the time the stars came out, I was already feeling more relaxed than I had in weeks. The night was silent, save for the occasional hoot of an owl or the chirping of crickets. Wrapped in my sleeping bag, I drifted off quickly, the forest's natural rhythm lulling me to sleep. But something woke me in the early hours, a sound that didn't belong. It was faint at first, like a distant shuffle. I lay still, listening. The noise grew louder, closer, until it sounded like footsteps crunching on dry leaves. My heart pounded as I strained to make sense of it. Could it be a deer? A bear? The footsteps stopped just outside my tent. For what felt like an eternity, I didn't move. Then, just as suddenly as they came, they faded away into the distance. The next morning, I convinced myself it had been an animal, maybe curious about the smell of my food. But I couldn't shake the unease. I decided to move camp deeper into the forest, putting more distance between myself and the trailhead where anyone might wander through. After packing up, I hiked for hours, deliberately choosing a path that would be hard for anyone else to follow. By midday, I found another clearing, this one surrounded by dense trees that made it feel more secluded. I set up camp again and spent the afternoon exploring the area, mapping out landmarks in case I needed to find my way back quickly. That night, the unease returned. As darkness fell, the forest seemed different, quieter, almost oppressive. I built a fire, its crackling the only sound cutting through the stillness. I kept the fire going longer than usual, reluctant to let the light fade. When I finally crawled into my tent, sleep came in fits and starts. Every snap of a twig outside made me sit up, heart racing. Around midnight, I heard the footsteps again. This time, they were slower, more deliberate, circling my camp. I froze, gripping the small knife I kept by my sleeping bag. The footsteps stopped, and then came the sound of heavy breathing, just outside the thin nylon wall of my tent. I didn't dare move. Minutes passed, and then hours before the sounds finally disappeared. By morning, I felt drained but determined to stay calm. I'd come out here for solitude, and I wasn't about to let my imagination ruin the trip. Still, I decided to take extra precautions. I found a new spot to camp, even further off the beaten path, and made sure to cover my tracks as best as I could. The day passed without incident, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every so often, I thought I saw movement in the corner of my eye, but when I turned to look, there was nothing there. That night, I decided not to light a fire. I thought maybe the light and smoke were attracting whatever or whoever was out there. I ate a cold meal and climbed into my tent early, hoping to get some rest. The forest was pitch black, the moon hidden behind thick clouds. I lay awake, every nerve on edge, straining to hear any sound out of place. Hours passed in silence, and I started to think I'd finally have a peaceful night. Then, just as I was beginning to drift off, I heard it. The footsteps were back, but this time, they didn't stop at the edge of my camp. They came straight to my tent. My breath caught as the zipper on the tent door began to move. Slowly, deliberately, it inched down. I lunged forward, knife in hand, and shouted as loud as I could. Whoever it was bolted, their footsteps crashing through the underbrush. I scrambled out of the tent, flashlight in hand, but they were already gone. The clearing was empty, but the ground was disturbed. Footprints larger than mine pressed into the dirt. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. As soon as the sun rose, I packed up and started hiking back toward the trailhead. I tried to stay calm, but every sound set me on edge. The forest no longer felt welcoming. It felt like it was closing in on me. By midday, I realized I wasn't making as much progress as I'd hoped. The dense trees and uneven terrain made it hard to move quickly. Worse, I wasn't entirely sure I was heading in the right direction. My map and compass said one thing, but the landscape didn't match what I'd seen on the way in. As the afternoon wore on, I found signs that someone had been there recently. A piece of fabric snagged on a branch, a crushed water bottle, a half-burned cigarette. None of it was mine. My unease grew with every step. By the time the sun began to set, I knew I wouldn't make it back to the trailhead before dark. I found a spot to camp, though the idea of spending another night in the woods made my stomach turn. I built a small fire and sat with my back to a large tree, my knife and flashlight within easy reach. The footsteps came again, just as the last light of day faded. This time, there was no pretense of stealth. They were loud, purposeful, and coming straight for me. I stood, knife in one hand, flashlight in the other, scanning the darkness. Then I saw him. A man, dressed in dirty clothes, his face obscured by a hood. He stood at the edge of the firelight, just watching me. I shouted at him to leave, but he didn't move. My mind raced, trying to decide what to do. Running wasn't an option. I'd never outrun him in the dark. Fighting felt just as hopeless. I don't know how long we stood there, locked in a silent standoff. Finally, he stepped back into the shadows and disappeared. I didn't sleep that night. As soon as dawn broke, I started moving again, not even bothering to pack up my camp. Every muscle in my body screamed in protest, but I pushed on, driven by sheer fear. By midday, I stumbled onto a dirt road. I followed it for what felt like hours before a car finally appeared. The driver, an older man in a pickup truck, stopped when he saw me. He didn't ask many questions, just offered me a ride back to town. I didn't tell him much, just that I'd gotten lost and was grateful for the help. When I finally got home, I couldn't stop thinking about the man in the woods. I'll never know who he was or what he wanted, but I'm certain of one thing: I'll never camp alone again. I've always loved camping. Growing up, my dad would take me on weekend trips into the woods. We'd hike for miles, set up a small tent, and spend the nights staring up at the stars. Those were some of my favorite memories, and I guess that's why, even as an adult, I still find myself seeking out the solitude of the wilderness. It was supposed to be another one of those trips, a simple weekend getaway to clear my head. Instead, it turned into the most terrifying experience of my life. I decided on a spot in a national forest a few hours from my home. It wasn't a well-known campground, which was exactly what I wanted. No other people, no noise, just me and nature. I packed light. A small tent, sleeping bag, some basic cooking gear, and enough food and water for 3 days. I also brought my knife, a habit drilled into me by my dad. "You're never really alone out there," he used to say. At the time, I thought he meant animals. The drive to the trailhead was uneventful. I parked my car, double-checked my gear, and started down the trail. It was early morning, and the air was crisp. Birds were singing, and the forest was alive. After about 5 miles, I veered off the marked trail onto a smaller, less traveled path. I had found this spot on a map and wanted to see if it was as secluded as it looked. Another mile in, I found it. A small clearing surrounded by dense trees. Perfect. I spent the afternoon setting up camp and exploring the immediate area. The clearing was nestled in a slight dip, with a small stream running along the edge. It was idyllic, the kind of place you'd see on a postcard. I gathered some wood for a fire, cooked a simple meal, and settled in for the night. The quiet was almost deafening. No cars, no voices, just the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. I slept like a rock. The second day started much the same. I woke up with the sun, made coffee, and took a short hike to stretch my legs. I found some animal tracks near the stream, deer maybe. It reminded me of those trips with my dad, where he'd teach me how to identify different prints. By midday, I'd started to notice how isolated the area felt. The initial excitement of being alone was slowly replaced by an awareness of just how far I was from anyone else. If something went wrong, there'd be no one to help. Still, I brushed it off. This was what I came for, after all. That evening, as I sat by the fire, I heard something. It was faint at first, almost drowned out by the crackling flames. A snapping twig, maybe 30 yards away. I froze, listening. Nothing. Probably just an animal. I reminded myself that the forest is full of noises, especially at night. But then it happened again. A deliberate, heavy crunch, like someone stepping on dry leaves. My heart started to race. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it toward the sound. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating trees and underbrush, but nothing else. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I stayed up late, the fire burning low, knife in hand. Eventually, exhaustion got the better of me, and I crawled into my tent. I didn't sleep well. Every sound seemed amplified in the stillness. Around 3 a.m., I thought I heard whispering. It was so faint I wasn't sure if it was real or a dream, but it chilled me to the bone. I lay there, wide-eyed, until the first light of dawn. The third day, I couldn't shake the unease. I'd planned to stay until the afternoon, but something in my gut told me to pack up and leave. As I dismantled my tent, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Footprints. Human footprints, unmistakably larger than mine, leading from the edge of the clearing toward my camp. They weren't there the day before. I'd have noticed. Whoever had been there had come during the night. I felt exposed, vulnerable. My peaceful retreat had turned into a nightmare. I hurried to gather my things, constantly glancing over my shoulder. The forest, which had seemed so welcoming 2 days ago, now felt oppressive. Every shadow looked like a person, every rustle a footstep. I wanted to get back to my car as quickly as possible. The hike back felt like it took hours. I was hyper-aware of every sound, every movement. Twice, I thought I saw someone in the trees, but when I stopped to look, there was nothing there. When I finally reached the trailhead, I nearly cried with relief. My car was right where I'd left it. I threw my gear into the trunk and got in, locking the doors behind me. As I started the engine, I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw something that made my heart stop. A figure, standing just at the edge of the tree line, watching me. They didn't move, didn't wave, just stood there. I didn't stick around to find out who they were. I slammed the car into drive and sped out of there. Even now, weeks later, I can't explain what happened. I've gone over it again and again in my mind, trying to make sense of it. Maybe it was just a hiker who stumbled across my camp. Maybe I was overreacting. But deep down, I know that's not true. Whoever it was, they were there for a reason. And they wanted me to know they were there. I haven't been camping since. It was supposed to be just another weekend camping trip. Nothing special. Just me and my gear, the open wilderness, and a few days to disconnect from everything. I had been camping many times before, and I considered myself pretty seasoned. The plan was simple. Drive out to the woods, set up camp near a lake I had been to once before, and enjoy some peace and quiet. I left early that morning, hoping to get there before dusk, and the drive was smooth. The kind of peaceful drive that made you feel like nothing could possibly go wrong. The further I went, the more isolated everything became. Trees lined the roads like old sentinels, and I felt the distance from civilization growing with every mile. I reached the spot around noon. The lake was as beautiful as I remembered, the water still and dark, reflecting the towering pines on the far shore. I parked the car near the trailhead, grabbed my backpack, and headed down a familiar path that led to a small clearing I had camped in a few years back. The trail was well-trodden at first, the ground soft under my boots, and the sound of my footsteps blending with the occasional chirp of birds in the trees. The sun filtered through the canopy above, casting a golden glow on everything. Felt like paradise. I set up camp quickly, pitching the tent by the lake, a perfect spot for the night. The silence was profound, only broken by the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze and the occasional splash of fish jumping in the lake. I unpacked my gear, made some coffee, and sat by the fire to relax. It was around late afternoon when I noticed something strange. There was a trail that I hadn't noticed before. It veered off from the main path, heading deeper into the woods, almost hidden by overgrowth. At first, I thought it might just be an old hunting trail, abandoned and left to nature's whims. But something about it piqued my curiosity. Maybe it was just the quiet of the place that made everything seem more alive. I couldn't shake the feeling that the trail was calling to me, and after a moment's hesitation, I decided to check it out. It wasn't far from my camp, so I figured it would be a quick detour. I grabbed my flashlight, shoved it into my pocket, and started down the narrow, overgrown path. The further I went, the more the world around me seemed to change. The trees grew thicker, their branches intertwining above, blocking out most of the sunlight. The air became cooler, almost damp. I was used to the occasional dense forest on hiking trips, but this felt different. There was a heaviness in the air, like the forest was holding its breath. But I pressed on, brushing past ferns and low-hanging branches as the path curved and twisted, leading me deeper. I could still hear the faint rustling of the wind, but the birds had gone silent. It wasn't like they had been suddenly scared away. It was more like they had simply vanished. The deeper I went, the more the unsettling silence crept in. My footsteps seemed louder, echoing in the stillness. I checked the time. It had been almost an hour since I left camp. Just when I was about to turn back, I saw something ahead of me. It was a small clearing, barely visible through the thick trees. But what caught my eye wasn't the clearing itself. It was the remnants of a structure, a cabin, or at least what was left of one. The cabin was old, far older than any structure I had seen before. The wood was rotting, moss growing thick on the walls. The roof had caved in, and the windows were shattered, but the shape of it was unmistakable. It had once been someone's home, though no one had lived there for a long time. I stood there for a moment, staring at it, trying to figure out what this forgotten place was doing so deep in the woods, far away from any known trail. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I felt a strange mix of curiosity and unease. It wasn't like I was in any immediate danger, but something about the place felt wrong. It was the kind of wrong that you couldn't explain, just a deep primal sense that something had been forgotten here, something that shouldn't have been left behind. I cautiously approached the cabin. My flashlight illuminated the decaying wood, the broken door hanging on its hinges. The air around it felt thick, almost heavy, as if the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something. I stepped onto the porch, which creaked under my weight, and peered inside. The interior was dark, but I could make out some old, abandoned furniture. Rotted chairs, a broken table, and piles of debris scattered across the floor. I didn't want to go in, but at the same time, I couldn't look away. My mind raced, imagining the stories this cabin could tell. Who had lived here? Why had they left? And why was it still standing? I turned to leave, but that's when I noticed something strange. A faint trail of footprints, leading away from the cabin and disappearing into the woods. They were fresh, not much older than a day or two. I bent down to examine them more closely. They were too small to be animal tracks, but they weren't human either. They were odd, as though whoever had left them had walked on all fours, like an animal, but not quite. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. I wasn't alone in the woods. I quickly turned and made my way back to the path. The woods seemed to close in around me, and the silence was now deafening. Every rustle in the trees, every snap of a twig underfoot, made my heart race. My flashlight flickered as I hurried through the underbrush. My mind focused on getting back to camp as I approached the clearing where I had set up my tent. I felt a strange sense of relief wash over me, but that relief was short-lived. Something was off. The fire I had left burning was out, the ashes cold. The tent was still standing, but the campsite felt different, darker, more oppressive. I scanned the area, and that's when I saw it. A figure, barely visible in the shadows of the trees, watching me. I froze, my blood turning to ice in my veins. The figure didn't move, just stood there, staring. I couldn't make out any details, but I knew I wasn't imagining it. Someone or something was out there. I grabbed my gear and made a run for it, my heart pounding in my chest. The path back to the car seemed so much longer than it had before, the trees closing in on me like a maze. Every crack of a branch, every movement in the bushes made me look over my shoulder, half expecting to see that figure following me. Finally, after what felt like hours, I reached the car. I didn't hesitate. I threw my gear into the trunk, jumped into the driver's seat, and started the engine. The tires kicked up gravel as I sped down the road, not daring to look back. As I drove away from the woods, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had narrowly escaped something. I had no idea what had been in those woods, whether it was some wild animal, another camper, or something far worse, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't going back there. I've told myself that I'll never camp alone again, especially in unfamiliar places. Whatever it was that I encountered out there, I'm not sure I'll ever fully understand. But I do know that some places are better left undisturbed, hidden from the world for a reason. And I don't think I'll ever forget the feeling of being watched, knowing I wasn't the only one in those woods. It was supposed to be just another weekend camping trip. Nothing special. Just me and my gear, the open wilderness, and a few days to disconnect from everything. I had been camping many times before, and I considered myself pretty seasoned. The plan was simple: drive out to the woods, set up camp near a lake I had been to once before, and enjoy some peace and quiet. I left early that morning, hoping to get there before dusk, and the drive was smooth, the kind of peaceful drive that made you feel like nothing could possibly go wrong. The further I went, the more isolated everything became. Trees lined the roads like old sentinels, and I felt the distance from civilization growing with every mile. I reached the spot around noon. The lake was as beautiful as I remembered, the water still and dark, reflecting the towering pines on the far shore. I parked the car near the trailhead, grabbed my backpack, and headed down a familiar path that led to a small clearing I had camped in a few years back. The trail was well-trodden at first, the ground soft under my boots, and the sound of my footsteps blending with the occasional chirp of birds in the trees. The sun filtered through the canopy above, casting a golden glow on everything. Felt like paradise. I set up camp quickly, pitching the tent by the lake, a perfect spot for the night. The silence was profound, only broken by the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze and the occasional splash of fish jumping in the lake. I unpacked my gear, made some coffee, and sat by the fire to relax. It was around late afternoon when I noticed something strange. There was a trail that I hadn't noticed before. It veered off from the main path, heading deeper into the woods, almost hidden by overgrowth. At first, I thought it might just be an old hunting trail, abandoned and left to nature's whims. But something about it piqued my curiosity. Maybe it was just the quiet of the place that made everything seem more alive. I couldn't shake the feeling that the trail was calling to me, and after a moment's hesitation, I decided to check it out. It wasn't far from my camp, so I figured it would be a quick detour. I grabbed my flashlight, shoved it into my pocket, and started down the narrow, overgrown path. The further I went, the more the world around me seemed to change. The trees grew thicker, their branches intertwining above, blocking out most of the sunlight. The air became cooler, almost damp. I was used to the occasional dense forest on hiking trips, but this felt different. There was a heaviness in the air, like the forest was holding its breath. But I pressed on, brushing past ferns and low-hanging branches as the path curved and twisted, leading me deeper. I could still hear the faint rustling of the wind, but the birds had gone silent. It wasn't like they had been suddenly scared away. It was more like they had simply vanished. The deeper I went, the more the unsettling silence crept in. My footsteps seemed louder, echoing in the stillness. I checked the time. It had been almost an hour since I left camp. Just when I was about to turn back, I saw something ahead of me. It was a small clearing, barely visible through the thick trees. But what caught my eye wasn't the clearing itself. It was the remnants of a structure, a cabin, or at least what was left of one. The cabin was old, far older than any structure I had seen before. The wood was rotting, moss growing thick on the walls. The roof had caved in, and the windows were shattered, but the shape of it was unmistakable. It had once been someone's home, though no one had lived there for a long time. I stood there for a moment, staring at it, trying to figure out what this forgotten place was doing so deep in the woods, far away from any known trail. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I felt a strange mix of curiosity and unease. It wasn't like I was in any immediate danger, but something about the place felt wrong. It was the kind of wrong that you couldn't explain, just a deep, primal sense that something had been forgotten here, something that shouldn't have been left behind. I cautiously approached the cabin. My flashlight illuminated the decaying wood, the broken door hanging on its hinges. The air around it felt thick, almost heavy, as if the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something. I stepped onto the porch, which creaked under my weight, and peered inside. The interior was dark, but I could make out some old, abandoned furniture, rotted chairs, a broken table, and piles of debris scattered across the floor. I didn't want to go in, but at the same time, I couldn't look away. My mind raced, imagining the stories this cabin could tell. Who had lived here? Why had they left? And why was it still standing? I turned to leave, but that's when I noticed something strange. A faint trail of footprints, leading away from the cabin and disappearing into the woods. They were fresh, not much older than a day or two. I bent down to examine them more closely. They were too small to be animal tracks, but they weren't human either. They were odd, as though whoever had left them had walked on all fours, like an animal, but not quite. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. I wasn't alone in the woods. I quickly turned and made my way back to the path. The woods seemed to close in around me, and the silence was now deafening. Every rustle in the trees, every snap of a twig underfoot, made my heart race. My flashlight flickered as I hurried through the underbrush, my mind focused on getting back to camp. As I approached the clearing where I had set up my tent, I felt a strange sense of relief wash over me. But that relief was short-lived. Something was off. The fire I had left burning was out, the ashes cold. The tent was still standing, but the campsite felt different, darker, more oppressive. I scanned the area, and that's when I saw it. A figure, barely visible in the shadows of the trees, watching me. I froze, my blood turning to ice in my veins. The figure didn't move, just stood there, staring. I couldn't make out any details, but I knew I wasn't imagining it. Someone or something was out there. I grabbed my gear and made a run for it, my heart pounding in my chest. The path back to the car seemed so much longer than it had before, the trees closing in on me like a maze. Every crack of a branch, every movement in the bushes made me look over my shoulder, half expecting to see that figure following me. Finally, after what felt like hours, I reached the car. I didn't hesitate. I threw my gear into the trunk, jumped into the driver's seat, and started the engine. The tires kicked up gravel as I sped down the road, not daring to look back. As I drove away from the woods, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had narrowly escaped something. I had no idea what had been in those woods, whether it was some wild animal, another camper, or something far worse, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't going back there. I've told myself that I'll never camp alone again, especially in unfamiliar places. Whatever it was that I encountered out there, I'm not sure I'll ever fully understand. But I do know that some places are better left undisturbed, hidden from the world for a reason. And I don't think I'll ever forget the feeling of being watched, knowing I wasn't the only one in those woods. I've always loved camping. There's something peaceful about getting away from the hum of city life, leaving behind the endless notifications and deadlines. For me, it's an escape. But after my last trip, I'm not so sure I'll ever feel the same way about the woods again. It was mid-October and I had a long weekend. The weather was perfect for camping, cool during the day and crisp at night, with the trees shedding their vibrant leaves. I decided to head out to a remote spot in the national forest that I'd heard about but never visited. It wasn't on any official map, but an old-timer at the outdoor store mentioned it when I asked about quiet places to camp. He called it Raven Ridge. I packed light: a tent, sleeping bag, enough food for 3 days, a water filter, and my trusty hiking boots. My gear had seen me through plenty of trips, and I was confident this one would be no different. I drove out early on Friday, leaving behind the paved roads and following a gravel trail that twisted deep into the forest. Eventually, I parked my car near a dead-end clearing and started hiking. The trail was barely a trail at all, just a faint path through the undergrowth. It was obvious that few people came this way. The further I walked, the quieter it became. No distant hum of cars, no chatter of other hikers, just the rustle of leaves and the occasional chirp of birds. I felt the stress of everyday life melt away with each step. After about 4 hours of hiking, I reached a small clearing on the ridge. The view was stunning. The forest stretched out below, a sea of red, orange, and yellow leaves. In the distance, I could see a narrow river cutting through the trees. This was it. I set up my tent at the edge of the clearing, making sure it was on level ground. By the time I finished, the sun was starting to dip toward the horizon, casting long shadows across the ridge. I spent the evening cooking a simple meal over my portable stove and watching the sunset. As darkness fell, the temperature dropped, and I crawled into my tent, feeling content. The night was quiet except for the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. I fell asleep quickly. The first night passed without incident. I woke up early, made coffee, and decided to explore the area. Leaving most of my gear at the campsite, I took a day pack with some snacks, water, and my map. There was no clear trail, so I wandered, following the natural contours of the ridge. The forest felt untouched, wild. It was beautiful, but as the day went on, I started to notice odd things. First, I found a tree with deep gouges in its bark, as if something sharp had raked across it. The marks were high up, far above my head. Bears, I thought, though the pattern didn't quite match the bear claw marks I'd seen before. Still, it was plausible, so I moved on. Later, I stumbled upon a small pile of bones. They were picked clean and arranged in a way that didn't look natural. It sent a chill down my spine, but I told myself it was probably some predator's leftovers. Nature is full of strange sights if you look closely enough. I tried not to think about it too much and kept hiking. By mid-afternoon, I realized I'd wandered further than I'd intended. The ridge was more expansive than I'd anticipated, and without a clear trail, it was easy to lose track of time. I decided to head back to camp, using the sun to guide me. But as I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Several times, I stopped, certain I'd heard faint footsteps behind me. Each time I turned around, but there was nothing, just trees and shadows. When I finally made it back to my campsite, the sun was low in the sky. My relief at seeing my tent was short-lived. Something was wrong. My gear, which I'd left neatly arranged, was scattered. My food bag had been torn open, and its contents were gone. At first, I thought it might be animals, but then I noticed my tent. The flap was unzipped, and my sleeping bag was pulled halfway out, as if someone had been rifling through it. A surge of fear hit me. I scanned the area, heart pounding, but saw no one. It didn't make sense. I was miles from the nearest road, and I hadn't seen another soul since I started hiking. Who could have done this, and why? I considered packing up and leaving, but it was already getting dark. Hiking back to my car in the dark on an unmarked trail wasn't safe. I decided to stay but kept my knife and flashlight within arm's reach. That night, I barely slept. Every sound made me jump. The rustle of leaves, the hoot of an owl, even the wind seemed sinister. At some point, exhaustion overtook me, and I drifted off. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night, unsure what had stirred me. Then I heard it. Faint, deliberate footsteps outside my tent. I froze, heart hammering in my chest. The steps were slow, almost cautious, as if whoever or whatever it was didn't want to be heard. I reached for my flashlight and knife, holding my breath. The footsteps stopped right outside the tent. For what felt like an eternity, there was silence. Then, the tent fabric moved slightly, as if someone was brushing against it. I couldn't take it anymore. I switched on the flashlight and unzipped the tent in one motion, knife in hand. The light illuminated the clearing, but there was no one there, just trees and shadows. My gear was untouched, and the forest was silent, but I knew what I'd heard. I sat up the rest of the night, clutching my knife and flashlight, jumping at every sound. When dawn finally broke, I packed up my gear as quickly as I could. I'd had enough of Raven Ridge. As I hiked back toward my car, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Several times, I thought I saw movement in the trees out of the corner of my eye, but when I turned to look, there was nothing. When I finally reached my car, I felt a wave of relief. I threw my gear in the back and started the engine, eager to leave. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone or something emerge from the woods. But the road behind me was empty. I don't know what happened at Raven Ridge. Maybe it was just my imagination, heightened by the isolation. Maybe there was someone else out there, messing with me for reasons I'll never understand. Or maybe the forest itself has secrets that humans aren't meant to uncover. Whatever the truth, I know one thing: I won't be going back. I didn't always think of camping as something scary. For me, it was a way to disconnect from the everyday grind, to find peace in the quiet of nature. That's why, when I planned a solo trip to the mountains last summer, I didn't think much about the potential dangers. I was craving solitude and the simplicity of the outdoors. A break from work, from people, from the endless noise of life. The trip was supposed to last 4 days. I had everything planned out. A small clearing near a stream that I'd visited once before, a reliable tent, enough food and water, and all the gear I'd need for a safe and enjoyable stay. The drive to the trailhead took me about 4 hours, and by the time I reached it, the sun was already climbing high in the sky, casting long shadows of the pine trees across the dirt parking lot. I double-checked my pack, locked the car, and headed down the trail. It was a good 2-hour hike to my campsite, mostly uphill, but I'd done it before and knew the route well. The trail was overgrown in places, the kind of path that wasn't maintained often, but I liked it that way. It felt like stepping into another world, one where the rules of modern life didn't apply. The first sign that something was off came about an hour into the hike. I noticed a set of boot prints in the dirt. Fresh ones, too fresh to have been there more than a day. That wasn't unusual on its own. Plenty of people hiked these trails. But as I kept walking, I realized the prints didn't follow the trail for long. They veered off into the brush, heading toward the denser part of the forest. It was strange, but I shrugged it off. Maybe someone was just exploring. When I reached the clearing, I felt a wave of relief. It was exactly as I remembered. A wide, open space with soft grass and just enough shade from the surrounding trees. The stream was still there, its water clear and cool, and the air smelled of pine and damp earth. I set up my tent, arranged my gear, and got to work collecting firewood for the evening. The first night was uneventful. I cooked a simple meal over the fire, sat back to watch the stars, and let the quiet surround me. It was the kind of peace I'd been craving, and I fell asleep easily, the sounds of the forest lulling me into a deep rest. The next morning, I woke up early, eager to explore. I spent most of the day hiking further into the forest, following animal trails and taking in the scenery. By the time I returned to camp, the sun was starting to dip below the horizon, and I was exhausted but happy. I cooked dinner and settled in for another quiet evening. That's when I noticed something odd. A small stack of rocks had appeared near the edge of the clearing, close to the trees. 3 flat stones balanced precariously on top of each other, forming a kind of cairn. I hadn't put it there, and I was certain it hadn't been there the day before. I tried to brush it off. Maybe it was a natural formation I'd overlooked, or maybe an animal had knocked them together. It wasn't impossible, though it didn't sit right with me. I decided to move the stones, scattering them across the clearing, and then tried to push the thought out of my mind. That night, I struggled to sleep. The forest, which had felt so welcoming the night before, seemed darker now, its noises sharper and more unsettling. Every rustle of leaves, Every snap of a twig made my heart race. I kept telling myself it was nothing, that the woods were full of animals going about their business, but the unease wouldn't leave me. In the middle of the night, I woke up to a sound that sent chills down my spine. It was faint at first, a soft tapping noise, like someone drumming their fingers against wood. It seemed to be coming from the direction of the stream. I lay there, frozen, straining to hear. The tapping continued, irregular but deliberate, as if someone was trying to get my attention. I told myself it had to be an animal, maybe a branch swaying in the wind and hitting a tree trunk. But when I finally worked up the courage to unzip my tent and peek outside, the tapping stopped. The clearing was empty, bathed in pale moonlight, and the forest was eerily silent. I didn't sleep much after that. When dawn finally came, I packed up some food and decided to take a long hike to clear my head. The further I got from camp, the better I felt. The sunlight filtering through the trees, the chirping of birds, the crunch of leaves underfoot. It all helped to shake off the unease of the night. When I returned to camp later that afternoon, I stopped dead in my tracks. Another cairn had appeared, this one right in front of my tent. It was taller than the first, with 5 stones stacked neatly on top of each other. My stomach turned. Someone had to have made it, but who? I hadn't seen or heard anyone all day. I scanned the edge of the clearing, my eyes darting from tree to tree, but there was no sign of movement. The forest seemed to be holding its breath. I considered packing up and leaving, but it was late in the day, and the thought of hiking back to the car in the dark didn't appeal to me. Instead, I dismantled the cairn, throwing the stones as far as I could into the trees, and then built up my fire, hoping its light would keep whatever or whoever was out there at bay. That night was the worst. The tapping started again, louder this time and closer. It seemed to circle the clearing, moving from one side to the other. I stayed in my tent, clutching my flashlight, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. The tapping continued for what felt like hours, then stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was almost worse. At first light, I decided I'd had enough. I packed up my gear as quickly as I could and started back down the trail. The hike out felt much longer than the hike in. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, made me jump. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me, but the trail remained empty. When I finally reached the parking lot, my car was right where I'd left it. I loaded up my gear and drove away, not looking back. The sense of relief I felt as the forest faded in my rearview mirror was overwhelming. I still don't know what happened on that trip. Maybe it was just my imagination, fueled by too much time alone in the woods. Maybe it was some kind of prank, though I can't imagine who would go to such lengths. All I know is that it shook me. I haven't been camping since, and I'm not sure I ever will again. I should have been more careful. That thought echoed in my mind over and over as I huddled in the corner of my small tent, trying to control my breathing. But I wasn't careful. I had always prided myself on being an experienced camper, someone who knew the ins and outs of outdoor survival. It wasn't my first time venturing into the wild alone, but this trip was different. It was supposed to be a weekend of solitude, just me and nature, but things didn't go as planned. I had picked a spot deep in the forest, far from the usual trails and campsites. I wanted peace, a break from the humdrum of daily life. The drive took hours, followed by a grueling hike with a fully loaded backpack. I'd studied the area on maps and checked the weather forecast meticulously. Everything seemed perfect. The forecast promised clear skies, and the area was supposed to be isolated but safe. The first day went well. I set up camp by a small stream, the sound of running water providing a soothing backdrop. I pitched my tent on a flat patch of ground, surrounded by tall pines that swayed gently in the breeze. The air smelled fresh, a mix of pine and damp earth. After setting up, I spent the afternoon exploring the surroundings. The forest felt alive, buzzing with the sounds of birds and insects. I even spotted a deer grazing in a clearing. As evening approached, I built a small fire and cooked a simple meal. The fire crackled softly, and the shadows of the trees danced around me. It was peaceful, exactly what I had hoped for. The stars came out one by one, filling the sky with a brilliance you can't see in the city. I sat by the fire until late, letting the tranquility wash over me before retreating to my tent. The first night was uneventful. I slept deeply, the kind of sleep that only comes after a day of physical exertion. When I woke up, the sun was already filtering through the trees, and the air was crisp and cool. I spent the morning fishing at the stream and managed to catch a couple of trout. By midday, the sun was warm, and I decided to take a short nap under the shade of a tree. When I woke up, something felt off. The forest was too quiet. The usual hum of insects and chirping birds was absent. I brushed it off as paranoia. Maybe the animals were just napping too. But as the day went on, the uneasy feeling grew. I couldn't shake the sensation that I was being watched. I've read about that feeling before, how your instincts kick in when something's not right. It's a primal sense, buried deep within us. I tried to ignore it, focusing on preparing my dinner and keeping my mind occupied. The fire felt like a small fortress, its warmth and light reassuring in the growing darkness. But even with the fire crackling, I couldn't shake the feeling. That night, I barely slept. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, set my nerves on edge. I told myself it was just the normal sounds of the forest, animals going about their nightly routines. But there was something deliberate about the noises, as if someone or something was moving around just beyond the edge of the firelight. At some point, exhaustion overtook me, and I drifted off. When I woke up, it was still dark. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, and the air was cold. My eyes adjusted to the darkness, and I scanned the campsite. That's when I saw it. The pile of firewood I'd gathered earlier was scattered. It hadn't been windy, and I was certain I hadn't left it like that. A chill ran down my spine. I stayed in my tent, gripping my knife tightly. The hours dragged by until dawn finally broke, and the sunlight brought some relief. I stepped out cautiously, scanning the area. There were no footprints, no signs of an animal. But the firewood wasn't the only thing disturbed. My fishing gear, which I had left by the stream, was missing. I decided to cut my trip short. As much as I loved the wilderness, the uneasy feeling had ruined the experience. I packed up my gear quickly, glancing over my shoulder every few minutes. The forest felt different now, oppressive. The towering trees seemed to close in around me, their branches clawing at the sky. The hike back to my car was grueling. The trail I had marked on the way in seemed harder to follow. Twice, I found myself off course, having to backtrack to find the markers I had left. The whole time, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. I'd stop and listen, hearing nothing but my own ragged breathing and the pounding of my heart. By the time I reached my car, I was exhausted, both physically and mentally. I tossed my gear into the trunk and climbed into the driver's seat, locking the doors out of instinct. As I started the engine, I took one last look at the trailhead. That's when I saw it, a figure standing among the trees, partially hidden by the shadows. They didn't move, didn't make a sound. I couldn't make out any details, but I knew they were watching me. I didn't stick around to find out who or what it was. The tires spun on the gravel as I sped away, my hands gripping the wheel tightly. Even as I drove, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see headlights or someone running after me. But the road remained empty. When I finally got home, I locked all the doors and windows, something I'd never felt the need to do before. The experience stayed with me, replaying in my mind like a bad movie. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was another camper, someone curious but harmless. But deep down, I know that's not true. I haven't been camping since. The thought of being alone in the woods, miles away from help, is no longer appealing. I've traded my tent and hiking boots for the safety of four walls and a locked door. Maybe one day I'll go back. But for now, the wilderness has lost its charm. Some places are meant to be left alone. I had been looking forward to my camping trip for months. Living in the city can feel like being trapped in a box, so the idea of escaping to the quiet of the woods was all I could think about. I packed everything I might need: a sturdy tent, a good sleeping bag, a reliable map, plenty of food, and a first aid kit. I was confident in my preparations. I had camped alone before, so this wasn't new to me, but this time, I wanted to go somewhere a little more remote, away from the usual campgrounds. I chose a spot deep in a national forest, a place that wasn't marked on most maps. I had read about it online, where a few hikers mentioned its beauty and solitude. It was perfect. I arrived at the trailhead mid-morning, parked my car, and double-checked my gear. The trail was rugged but manageable, weaving through tall trees that swayed slightly in the breeze. The air smelled fresh, like pine and damp earth, and the sound of birds filled the space around me. After hiking for about 4 hours, I found a clearing near a stream. It was an ideal spot for setting up camp. Flat ground, easy access to water, and enough open space to keep an eye on my surroundings. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow on the ground. I set up my tent, organized my gear, and built a small fire pit with rocks I gathered from the stream. As evening approached, I cooked a simple meal on my portable stove and ate while watching the sunset. The sky turned shades of orange and pink before fading to dark blue. Once the sun dipped below the horizon, the temperature dropped quickly. I added layers and sat by the fire, enjoying its warmth and the comforting crackle of burning wood. By the time I crawled into my tent, it was fully dark. The forest around me was alive with the sounds of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. I felt at ease, surrounded by nature. I had always loved the feeling of being disconnected from the world, away from the hum of technology and the chaos of people. But that peace didn't last long. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up abruptly. At first, I wasn't sure what had roused me. The fire outside had burned down to embers, and the tent was cold. I listened carefully, straining to hear anything unusual. At first, there was nothing but the usual forest sounds. Then I heard it, the faint crunch of footsteps on dry leaves. My first thought was that it might be a deer or some other animal. I stayed still, listening. The steps were deliberate, slow, and heavier than any animal I'd encountered in these woods. My heart started to race as the sound grew closer. Whoever or whatever it was seemed to be circling my campsite. I reached for my flashlight and my knife, the only weapons I had. I turned on the flashlight and shone it around the tent. The footsteps stopped. My breathing was loud in the silence, and my hand trembled slightly as I held the light. I debated whether to unzip the tent and look outside, but fear rooted me in place. Eventually, I convinced myself that it could have been the wind or a larger animal passing by. After what felt like hours, I managed to fall back asleep, though it was restless. The next morning, I stepped out of the tent cautiously. The ground around my campsite was undisturbed. No sign of any intruders. I chalked up the noises to my imagination or perhaps an animal. Still, the experience left me feeling uneasy. I decided to stay one more night, thinking that maybe I'd just been on edge and needed to relax. The day passed uneventfully. I explored the area, gathering firewood and taking photos of the beautiful scenery. By the time the sun set, I felt more at ease. I built a larger fire that night, hoping its light and heat would keep my nerves at bay. As I sat by the fire, I tried to enjoy the solitude again, but the events of the previous night lingered in the back of my mind. Once I crawled into my tent, sleep didn't come easily. I lay awake for hours, listening to the sounds of the forest. Just as I started to drift off, I heard it again. Footsteps. This time, they were louder and more deliberate. They weren't circling the campsite like before. Instead, they were approaching directly. I sat up, gripping my knife and flashlight. My heart pounded so hard it felt like it might burst out of my chest. I turned on the flashlight and pointed it toward the tent's entrance, waiting. The footsteps stopped just outside. For what felt like an eternity, there was silence. Then the zipper of my tent began to move. I yelled out, hoping to scare whoever it was, but there was no response. The zipper moved slowly, as if whoever was outside was in no rush. My mind raced with possibilities. Was it a hiker who had gotten lost? Or was it someone with bad intentions? I didn't wait to find out. I slashed at the tent's wall with my knife and scrambled out the side, flashlight in hand. I shone the beam toward the front of the tent, but there was no one there. The footsteps began again, moving away this time. I couldn't see who or what it was, but I wasn't about to stick around to find out. I grabbed my backpack, which thankfully was packed with essentials, and started walking back toward the trailhead. My headlamp lit the path as I moved quickly but carefully through the dark forest. Every rustle of leaves and snap of a twig made me jump. I felt exposed, like I was being watched. After about an hour of hiking, I stopped to catch my breath. I turned off my headlamp to save the battery and stood in the dark, listening. At first, there was nothing but the sound of my own breathing and the distant chirp of insects. Then I heard it again, footsteps. They were farther away this time, but unmistakable. I started moving again, faster this time. My legs burned, and my lungs felt like they might give out, but adrenaline kept me going. I didn't stop until I saw the faint glow of my car's headlights in the distance. I'd left them on intentionally, a habit I'd picked up for situations just like this. When I reached the car, I threw my backpack into the back seat and jumped in, locking the doors behind me. I sat there for a moment, catching my breath and scanning the woods for any signs of movement. The footsteps had stopped. The forest was silent again. I started the car and drove away, not looking back. The experience stayed with me long after I returned home. To this day, I don't know who or what was out there that night. I've thought about it endlessly, trying to make sense of it. Maybe it was another camper who didn't realize how much they were scaring me. Or maybe it was someone with worse intentions. Either way, I've decided that my solo camping days are over. The woods are beautiful, but they're also vast and unpredictable. Sometimes, the solitude that feels so comforting can turn into something much darker. I've always loved camping. There's something about being out in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by the sounds of nature, that clears my head in a way nothing else can. Last summer, I decided to take a solo trip. I'd done solo camping trips before, but this time, I wanted to go somewhere different, a bit more remote. I'd heard about a trail up north, near the border, that was supposed to be challenging but beautiful. It was tucked deep in a forest reserve and not very well known. Perfect, I thought. A chance to disconnect. I packed my gear. A lightweight tent, sleeping bag, a small stove, food supplies, water filter, and the usual essentials. I had my map and compass, as I always preferred navigating the old-school way. My phone was fully charged, though I knew there wouldn't be any service out there. I also carried a satellite emergency beacon just in case. I planned for 3 days and 2 nights. The drive to the trailhead took about 5 hours. The road was narrow and winding, cutting through dense woods. By the time I reached the starting point, it was already mid-morning. There were no other cars parked there, which didn't surprise me. This wasn't a popular spot. I shouldered my pack, double-checked the map, and set off. The first few hours were peaceful. The trail was overgrown in places, and I had to push through ferns and duck under low-hanging branches. Birds chirped above me, and I occasionally caught sight of squirrels darting up trees. The air smelled fresh, a mix of pine and damp earth. I stopped for lunch by a small creek, refilling my water bottle with filtered water. Everything felt right. By late afternoon, I reached a clearing that seemed like a good spot to set up camp. It was flat, with enough space for my tent, and close to a stream. I pitched my tent, gathered some wood for a small fire, and cooked a simple meal. As the sun dipped below the tree-line, the woods grew quiet, the kind of quiet that's almost unsettling if you're not used to it. I sat by the fire for a while, staring into the flames, then crawled into my tent and fell asleep quickly. The first night passed without incident. I woke up early, packed up, and continued along the trail. The second day was tougher. The path became steeper and more uneven, and there were sections where I wasn't even sure if I was still on the trail. I relied on my map and compass to keep me oriented. By mid-afternoon, I realized I hadn't seen a single marker or sign in hours. I must have veered off the main trail at some point. I wasn't too worried. I trained for situations like this and knew how to find my way back. Still, I decided to stop for the day and reassess my route. I found another decent spot to camp, this time on a slight ridge overlooking a valley. The view was stunning, but I couldn't shake a nagging feeling that I was being watched. I chalked it up to my imagination and the isolation. Being alone in the wilderness can mess with your mind. That night, I heard noises. At first, it was just the usual sounds, rustling leaves, the distant hoot of an owl. But then I heard something else, something heavier. Footsteps. They were slow and deliberate, crunching on the dry leaves just beyond the glow of my dying fire. I froze, straining to listen. The steps stopped. I told myself it was probably a deer or some other animal and tried to sleep, though it took hours before I finally drifted off. The next morning, I found something that made my stomach drop. Near the edge of my campsite, there were footprints. Human footprints. They were fresh, the edges still sharp in the soft dirt. I'd been walking in hiking boots, but these prints were from bare feet. Whoever had been walking around my camp last night wasn't wearing shoes. I tried to stay calm. Maybe it was just another camper, someone who'd gotten lost like me. But why hadn't they called out? Why walk around barefoot in the middle of the night? I decided to pack up quickly and try to find my way back to the main trail. The sooner I got out of there, the better. The day felt different. The forest, which had seemed so inviting before, now felt oppressive. The trees loomed taller, their branches twisting together to block out the sun. Every sound made me jump. A snapping twig, the rustle of leaves. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me. By noon, I realized I was completely turned around. The map wasn't much help. Without clear landmarks, it was hard to pinpoint my exact location. Then I found something that stopped me in my tracks. A small structure made of sticks and branches, almost like a shelter. It was crudely built, just big enough for one person to crawl inside. Around it were more bare footprints. I didn't stick around to investigate. My heart was pounding as I turned and headed in the opposite direction, trying to put as much distance as I could between me and that shelter. By late afternoon, I was exhausted. My legs felt like lead, and my pack seemed heavier with every step. I needed to find a place to camp for the night, but I was scared to stop. I eventually found a spot near a rocky outcrop where I could put my back to the wall and have a clear view of the surrounding area. I didn't bother with a fire that night. I ate a cold meal and sat in the dark, clutching my knife and flashlight. The noises started again just after midnight. This time, they were closer. Footsteps circled my camp, slow and deliberate, like whoever it was wanted me to know they were there. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, but I couldn't see anything beyond the trees. I called out, my voice shaking, but there was no response. The footsteps stopped, and the silence that followed was even worse. I didn't sleep at all. As soon as it was light enough to see, I packed up and started moving. My only goal was to get out of those woods. I didn't care if I had to bushwhack my way back to the trailhead. I just needed to leave. Every so often, I'd catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision. A shadow darting between trees, a branch swaying when there was no wind. It felt like I was being herded, pushed in a certain direction. By mid-afternoon, I stumbled into another clearing. At first, I thought I'd found the trail, but then I saw the same stick structure from before. It wasn't possible. I'd been walking in the opposite direction all day. How could I have ended up back here? Panic set in. I spun around, trying to figure out where I'd gone wrong, and that's when I saw him. He was standing at the edge of the clearing, half hidden behind a tree. He was tall and thin, his skin pale, almost gray. He wasn't wearing any clothes, and his eyes were fixed on me, unblinking. For a moment, neither of us moved. Then he took a step forward, and I bolted. I ran blindly, crashing through the underbrush, branches tearing at my clothes and skin. I didn't stop until my legs gave out, and I collapsed near a stream. My chest heaved as I tried to catch my breath, my ears straining for any sound of pursuit. There was nothing, just the babble of the stream and the rustling of leaves in the breeze. I knew I couldn't stay there. I forced myself to get up and keep moving, following the stream downhill. Streams often lead to rivers, and rivers lead to people. That was my only hope. I walked for hours, my nerves raw, every muscle in my body screaming in protest. Just as the sun was setting, I heard the distant hum of a motor. My heart leapt. I followed the sound and eventually stumbled onto a dirt road. A truck was parked there, its driver loading gear into the back. I must have looked half dead because the man's eyes widened when he saw me. He asked if I was okay, but I couldn't form words. I just nodded and climbed into the passenger seat. He drove me to the nearest town, where I called the authorities. I told them everything, but they didn't seem to take me seriously. They said the woods were full of strange people and that it wasn't uncommon for hikers to feel like they were being watched. They offered to send someone to check the area, but I knew they wouldn't find anything. I've thought about that trip every day since. I don't know who or what I encountered out there, but I've never gone back to those woods. The thought of camping, something I used to love, now fills me with dread. I've come to accept that I may never have answers, and maybe that's for the best. Some things are better left unexplained. I always thought of myself as a seasoned camper. Growing up in Vermont, I spent countless weekends hiking trails, pitching tents, and cooking meals over open flames. So when I decided to take a solo camping trip deep into the Swiss Alps during the late summer, I felt confident, excited, even. The idea of escaping everything for a few days, surrounded by nature's silence, seemed perfect. I didn't anticipate that this trip would become one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. I started early in the morning, with the sun just beginning to rise over the jagged peaks. My pack was heavy but manageable, loaded with all the essentials. A sturdy tent, sleeping bag, cooking gear, and enough food and water to last 4 days. I had mapped out a route that would take me to a remote valley, far from any villages or popular trails. It was exactly the kind of solitude I had been craving. The first day went smoothly. The trail wound through dense pine forests, occasionally opening up to breathtaking views of the surrounding mountains. The air was crisp and cool, with the faint smell of pine needles and damp earth. I reached my planned campsite by mid-afternoon, a small clearing near a glacial stream. The water was so clear I could see every pebble at the bottom. I pitched my tent, gathered some firewood, and spent the evening enjoying the peace. The sound of the stream, the crackle of the fire, the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. By the time I crawled into my sleeping bag, the stars were scattered across the sky like tiny lanterns. The second day was more challenging. The trail grew steeper and less defined as I climbed higher into the mountains. The air became thinner, making each step more exhausting. But the scenery made it all worthwhile. I passed through alpine meadows dotted with wildflowers, crossed narrow ridges with sheer drops on either side, and even spotted a herd of chamois grazing in the distance. By late afternoon, I found another secluded spot to set up camp, this time on a rocky plateau with a panoramic view of the valley below. It was that night when things started to feel off. As I lay in my tent, the usual comforting sounds of nature seemed to fade. The wind, which had been steady all day, suddenly stopped. The stillness was unsettling. I told myself it was nothing, just my imagination playing tricks on me. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I woke up abruptly in the middle of the night. At first, I wasn't sure why. Then I heard it. A faint crunching sound, like footsteps on gravel. My heart pounded as I lay there, trying to convince myself it was just an animal. Bears were rare in this part of the Alps, but they weren't unheard of. Still, the sound was too deliberate, too rhythmic to be a wandering animal. I reached for my flashlight and unzipped the tent just enough to peek outside. The beam of light cut through the darkness, revealing nothing but rocks and shadows. The sound had stopped. I didn't sleep much after that. Every rustle of fabric, every creak of the tent poles, made me jump. By the time dawn broke, I was eager to move on. I packed up quickly and resumed the trail, trying to shake off the unease. The third day's route took me over a high pass and down into a secluded valley. The descent was steep and treacherous, but the valley below was stunning. A pristine expanse of green, cradled by towering cliffs. I found a campsite near the edge of a small lake and tried to focus on the beauty around me, pushing the previous night's incident out of my mind. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, the unease returned. The lake, so picturesque during the day, took on a menacing quality in the fading light. The water's surface was unnaturally still, reflecting the jagged peaks like a dark mirror. I built a fire and tried to lose myself in the familiar routine of cooking dinner, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. That night was worse. I woke again to the sound of footsteps, this time closer and more distinct. My skin crawled as I realized they were circling my tent. Whoever or whatever it was, they were deliberate, calculated. I didn't dare move, barely even breathed, as the steps came closer, then retreated, only to return again. Hours seemed to pass before the sounds finally stopped. When dawn broke, I emerged from the tent to find the ground around it disturbed. Scuff marks in the dirt that hadn't been there the night before. My mind raced with possibilities, none of them comforting. I decided to cut the trip short. I'd had enough. Packing up quickly, I planned to take a different route back, one that would lead me to a more popular trail and eventually back to civilization. But the unease didn't leave me. Every sound, every shadow seemed like a threat. The trail was harder to follow, overgrown and poorly marked. By mid-afternoon, I realized I was lost. Panic set in as I tried to retrace my steps, but the landscape all looked the same. The sun was sinking lower, and I knew I needed to find a place to camp before it got dark. I stumbled upon a small, sheltered area beneath a cluster of trees and decided it would have to do. Exhausted and on edge, I set up my tent and built a fire, more for the illusion of safety than warmth. That night was the worst of all. The footsteps returned, louder and more insistent. They circled the tent relentlessly, accompanied by the occasional sound of twigs snapping. My heart raced as I clutched my camping knife, feeling utterly helpless. Then, Just as suddenly as they'd started, the sound stopped. The silence was deafening. I didn't sleep at all, sitting in the dark with the knife in my hand, waiting for whatever was out there to make its move. When the first light of dawn broke, I emerged cautiously, scanning the area. The ground was covered in footprints, human footprints. They were bare, no signs of shoes or boots, and they surrounded my tent. My stomach churned as I realized how vulnerable I'd been. I didn't waste any time packing up. My only goal was to find my way back to a main trail, to get as far away from that place as possible. As I hiked, the forest seemed to close in around me, every rustle and crack making me jump. Hours passed before I finally stumbled onto a well-worn path, relief washing over me like a wave. I followed it until I reached a small village, where I collapsed at a cafe, too exhausted and shaken to explain what had happened. I never found out who or what had been stalking me during those nights in the Alps. The locals I spoke to later brushed off my story, suggesting it was just animals or my imagination. But I know what I heard, what I saw. That trip changed the way I see the wilderness. It's no longer just a place of beauty and solitude. It's a place where you're truly alone, and sometimes that's the most terrifying thing of all. I had been planning this camping trip for months. The daily grind of city life had worn me down, and I needed to get away from the noise, the crowds, and the constant pressure. I chose a remote spot in a national forest about 5 hours from where I lived. It was the kind of place where you could be completely alone with your thoughts, surrounded by towering pines and the occasional sound of a bird or rustling leaves. Just what I needed. I packed everything meticulously. My tent, sleeping bag, a week's worth of food, a portable stove, extra clothes, a first aid kit, a map, a compass, and a flashlight with spare batteries. I even brought a book to read by the campfire. I was determined to unplug completely, no phone, no emails, no social media. Just me and the wilderness. The drive to the trailhead was uneventful, though the road became rougher the closer I got. Eventually, it was just a dirt path winding through the forest. I parked my car at the edge of the trail, shouldered my heavy backpack, and set off. The first few miles were easy, the trail well-marked and the scenery breathtaking. Sunlight filtered through the trees, casting dappled patterns on the ground. The air was crisp and clean, and I felt an immediate sense of peace. After hiking for about 4 hours, I reached the spot I had scouted online. It was a small clearing near a stream, far enough from the main trail that I wouldn't see anyone else. I set up my tent, gathered some firewood, and prepared a simple meal. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I lit a small fire and sat back to enjoy the quiet. The only sounds were the crackling of the fire, the gentle babble of the stream, and the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. The first night was uneventful. I slept well, waking up only once to the distant howl of a coyote. I'd been camping enough to know it was nothing to worry about. Morning came with a chill in the air, and I made coffee on my portable stove before heading out to explore the area. I spent the day hiking, fishing in the stream, and reading by the fire. It was perfect, exactly the escape I had been craving. On the second night, things started to feel off. It was subtle at first. As I was sitting by the fire after dinner, I thought I heard faint footsteps in the woods. I froze, straining to listen, but the sound didn't come again. I told myself it was probably just an animal, a deer or maybe a raccoon, and tried to shake off the unease. But the feeling lingered, a nagging sense that I wasn't entirely alone. I went to bed earlier than usual, hoping to sleep off the weird vibe. But sleep didn't come easily. Every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves outside my tent made my heart race. I reminded myself that I was in the wilderness, where such noises were normal. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. The next morning, I decided to move camp. It was probably paranoia, but I figured a change of scenery might help. I packed up and hiked about 3 miles deeper into the forest, finding another secluded spot near a small lake. It was even more picturesque than the first location, and by midday I started to feel better. I set up camp again and spent the afternoon fishing and enjoying the stillness. That night, the unease returned with a vengeance. As I was lying in my tent, I heard the footsteps again. This time, they were closer, deliberate. My pulse quickened, and I held my breath, listening intently. The sound stopped just outside my tent. I reached for my flashlight and slowly unzipped the tent flap, shining the beam into the darkness. Nothing, just trees and shadows. But the air felt heavy, charged with something I couldn't explain. The next day, I debated cutting the trip short. But I'd been looking forward to this for so long, and I didn't want to give in to fear. Instead, I decided to stay vigilant. I spent the day gathering firewood, setting up a more secure perimeter around my camp with a makeshift tripwire of fishing line and empty cans, and sharpening a sturdy stick as a makeshift weapon. It felt a little ridiculous, but it also gave me a sense of control. That night, the footsteps returned. This time, they were accompanied by the faint sound of breathing. My tripwire rattled, and adrenaline surged through me. I grabbed my flashlight and stick, stepping out of the tent. The beam of light cut through the darkness, revealing nothing. The tripwire was intact, the cans undisturbed, but I knew what I'd heard. Sleep was impossible after that. I sat by the fire, clutching my stick and scanning the trees. Every shadow seemed to move, every sound amplified. Hours passed like this, my nerves fraying with each passing moment. When dawn finally broke, I was exhausted but relieved. I decided to pack up and head back to the car. The trip was over. Whatever was out there, I didn't want to find out. As I retraced my steps along the trail, the forest seemed different, more oppressive. The trees felt closer, the shadows darker. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced I was being followed. About a mile from the trailhead, I found something that made my blood run cold. A single footprint, larger than any I'd ever seen, pressed deep into the soft earth. It wasn't an animal print. It was human, but it was huge and it looked fresh. My heart pounded as I quickened my pace, practically running the rest of the way. When I finally reached my car, I threw my gear into the back and sped down the dirt road, not stopping until I reached the highway. Only then did I allow myself to breathe. Whatever had been out there, it was real. I didn't know what it was, and I didn't want to know. Back home, I tried to rationalize the experience. Maybe it was a prank, some local messing with campers for fun. Maybe the footprint was distorted by the terrain. But deep down, I knew those explanations didn't fit. Something, or someone, had been out there watching me, stalking me, and I was lucky to have made it out unscathed. I haven't been camping since. It started out as an ordinary weekend camping trip. I wanted to get away from the noise of the city and clear my head. After a long week of work, nothing felt better than escaping to the forest, where the only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the distant chirping of birds. I picked a spot deep in the woods, far from the usual campsites. The area was quiet, and I was sure I wouldn't run into other people. That was the whole point, to be alone. I parked my car at a small dirt lot near the trailhead and loaded my backpack with everything I thought I'd need. A tent, sleeping bag, enough food and water for a couple of days, a small first aid kit, and a flashlight with extra batteries. I'd been camping plenty of times before, so I wasn't worried. The trail I chose was one I'd hiked before, though this time I planned to venture farther off the beaten path. The hike in was peaceful. The early fall air was cool, and the forest was alive with colors, deep oranges, yellows, and reds. I took my time, stopping occasionally to admire the view or snap a photo. After about 3 hours, I found a clearing that seemed perfect for setting up camp. It was a small flat area surrounded by tall pines, with a clear view of the sky above. I could hear the faint sound of a stream nearby, which would be handy for washing up. Felt like the perfect spot. I set up my tent, unpacked my gear, and gathered some wood for a small fire. By the time the sun started to set, I was sitting by the fire, eating a simple dinner and enjoying the solitude. The sky turned a deep shade of purple, and the stars began to appear one by one. I felt a sense of peace I hadn't experienced in a long time. The first night passed uneventfully. I woke up early the next morning, feeling rested. After a quick breakfast, I decided to explore the area around my campsite. I left most of my gear behind, only taking a small day pack with some water, a snack, and my map. The forest was dense, but I made sure to mark my path as I went, tying small strips of bright orange taped to branches along the way. I didn't want to get lost. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. The usual sounds of the forest, birds chirping, leaves rustling, seemed to fade. It wasn't eerie at first, just different. I found the stream I'd heard the night before and followed it for a while, enjoying the way it wound through the trees. But after about an hour, I started to get a strange feeling, like I was being watched. I brushed it off, telling myself it was just my imagination. As the day went on, the feeling grew stronger. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see someone or something behind me, but there was never anything there. I tried to focus on the beauty of the forest, but the unease was hard to shake. Eventually, I decided to head back to camp. I'd gone far enough for one day. Retracing my steps, I followed the orange tape markers back toward my campsite, but something felt off. The forest seemed darker, even though it was still late afternoon. The air felt heavier, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. At one point, I stopped to listen, convinced I'd heard footsteps behind me, but all I heard was silence. No birds, no rustling leaves, just silence. When I finally made it back to my campsite, I felt a wave of relief. The fire pit was just as I'd left it, and my gear was untouched. I told myself I'd let my imagination run wild and tried to shake off the strange feelings. I built another fire, cooked dinner, and tried to enjoy the evening. But the sense of unease lingered. That night, I had trouble sleeping. Every little sound outside my tent seemed amplified. I told myself it was just animals, raccoons, maybe a deer, but I couldn't relax. Around midnight, I heard something that made my heart race. The unmistakable sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, circling my tent. I froze, holding my breath. The footsteps stopped, and for a moment, everything was silent again. Then I heard a faint rustling, like someone or something was going through my gear outside. I wanted to look, but I was too scared to unzip the tent. Instead, I stayed as quiet as possible, clutching the small camping knife I kept with me. Eventually, the noises stopped, and I lay awake for the rest of the night, too scared to move. When dawn finally broke, I cautiously stepped out of my tent. My gear was scattered, but nothing seemed to be missing. It looked like an animal had rummaged through it. That's what I told myself, anyway. I packed up my things and decided to cut the trip short. Something about the place didn't feel right, and I wasn't about to stick around to find out why. The hike back to the car felt much longer than it should have. Every crack of a branch or rustle of leaves made me jump. I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced I was being followed. By the time I reached the trailhead, I was exhausted, both physically and mentally. When I got to my car, I found something that made my stomach drop. Scratched into the paint on the driver's side door were 3 deep, deliberate marks, like claw marks, but too precise to be from an animal. I stood there for a moment trying to make sense of it. I hadn't seen another person the entire trip. Who could have done this? I got in the car and drove away as quickly as I could. The drive home was a blur, and I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following me. When I finally got back to my apartment, I felt a sense of relief, but it was short-lived. That night, as I was lying in bed, I thought I heard something outside my window, a faint, scraping sound, like nails on glass. I never went back to that forest. To this day, I don't know what I encountered out there. Maybe it was just my imagination, or maybe it was something else. All I know is that the peace I was searching for turned into a fear I'll never forget. The air was crisp as I stepped out of my car and onto the dirt lot of the trailhead. The early morning sun was just beginning to peek over the mountains, casting long shadows through the dense forest. My backpack felt heavy on my shoulders, stuffed with everything I'd need for a few nights out in the wilderness. I'd been planning this solo camping trip for weeks, eager for some time away from the constant hum of city life. The trail stretched out before me, winding its way into the trees. I adjusted my straps and started walking, the gravel crunching under my boots. The first few miles were uneventful. The trail was well maintained, and the forest was alive with the sounds of birds and the occasional rustle of small animals in the underbrush. I took my time, stopping occasionally to sip water or snap a photo of the scenery. By midday, I'd reached a clearing with a small stream running through it. I decided to take a break, sitting on a flat rock by the water. The cool breeze felt good against my skin, and I relished the silence broken only by the gentle babbling of the stream. After a quick lunch of trail mix and jerky, I refilled my water bottles and pressed on. The trail grew steeper as the day went on, and I began to feel the strain in my legs. The forest here was denser, the trees towering overhead and blotting out much of the sunlight. The air was cooler, and I noticed the distinct earthy smell of damp moss and decaying leaves. Despite the effort, I felt a sense of peace being surrounded by nature. By late afternoon, I reached the area where I planned to set up camp. It was a small clearing nestled among the trees, with just enough flat ground for my tent. I set to work, pitching my tent and gathering some dry wood for a fire. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the temperature dropped, and I was glad for the warmth of the flames. Dinner was simple. A freeze-dried meal heated up with my camp stove. As I ate, I listened to the sounds of the forest. The birds had quieted, replaced by the occasional hoot of an owl and the rustle of wind through the branches. The fire crackled softly, casting flickering shadows on the surrounding trees. When darkness fully settled in, I climbed into my tent and zipped up the door. The thin walls of fabric made me feel exposed, but I pushed the thought aside. I'd camped alone before and knew the forest was usually safer than the city. I slipped into my sleeping bag and closed my eyes, letting the fatigue of the day pull me into sleep. I woke suddenly in the middle of the night. At first, I wasn't sure what had woken me. The forest was eerily quiet, the kind of silence that felt unnatural. I lay still, listening intently. Then I heard it. A faint crunching sound, like footsteps on dry leaves. My pulse quickened as I strained to determine the direction it was coming from. It seemed to be circling the clearing, moving slowly. I stayed frozen in my sleeping bag, every nerve on edge. My mind raced through the possibilities. Could be a deer or some other animal, but the sound was too deliberate, too heavy. I reached for my flashlight and flicked it on, the beam cutting through the darkness. I scanned the tent's interior and then the surrounding area through the mesh window, but saw nothing. The footsteps stopped. I waited, holding my breath, but the silence persisted. After what felt like an eternity, I convinced myself it was just my imagination or some harmless animal. I eventually drifted back to sleep, though it was fitful and filled with uneasy dreams. The next morning, the forest seemed normal again. The birds were singing, and the sunlight filtered cheerfully through the trees. I almost laughed at myself for being so jumpy. After a quick breakfast, I packed up and continued on the trail. My plan was to hike to a small lake a few miles away and spend my second night there. As the day wore on, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It was subtle at first, just a nagging sense of unease. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but each time, I saw nothing but trees. I told myself I was letting my imagination get the better of me, but the feeling persisted. When I reached the lake, it was a welcome sight. The water was clear and still, reflecting the surrounding forest like a mirror. I chose a campsite a little ways from the shore, where the ground was dry and soft. As I set up my tent, I tried to ignore the prickling sensation on the back of my neck. That night, I built another fire and cooked a simple meal. The lake was beautiful in the moonlight, the surface shimmering like silver. But the sense of unease lingered, and I found myself constantly scanning the treeline. I told myself it was just the isolation getting to me. Once again, I woke in the middle of the night. This time, the sound was closer. Footsteps, unmistakable and deliberate, just outside my tent. My heart pounded as I fumbled for my flashlight. I didn't dare call out or make a noise. The footsteps circled my tent, slow and methodical. I shone the light through the tent's fabric, but the beam revealed nothing. Then, as suddenly as they'd started, the footsteps stopped. I sat there, clutching the flashlight, too terrified to move. Hours seemed to pass before the first light of dawn broke through the trees. When I finally emerged from my tent, the forest was still and quiet. I searched the area for any signs of an intruder but found nothing. No footprints, no broken branches, nothing to suggest anyone had been there. It made no sense, and the lack of evidence only heightened my anxiety. I decided to cut my trip short. The thought of spending another night alone out here was too much. I packed up quickly and started back down the trail. The feeling of being watched stayed with me, growing stronger with each step. I quickened my pace, my eyes darting to every shadow and movement in the trees. About halfway back to the trailhead, I noticed something odd. The trail, which had been well marked on my way in, now seemed different. Some of the markers were missing, and the path itself looked less defined. Panic set in as I realized I might have taken a wrong turn. I pulled out my map and tried to orient myself, but nothing matched up. The trees all looked the same, and the sun was obscured by thick clouds, making it hard to tell direction. I backtracked, hoping to find a familiar landmark, but the more I walked, the more lost I felt. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees pressing tighter together. The air felt heavier, and every sound, the snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves, made my heart race. I'd read stories about hikers getting lost and knew the importance of staying calm, but it was easier said than done. Hours passed, and the sky began to darken. I hadn't seen another person all day, and the thought of spending another night out here was terrifying. I decided to set up camp again, hoping to get my bearings in the morning. As I gathered wood for a fire, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. That night was the worst. The footsteps returned, louder and more persistent. They didn't circle my tent this time, but moved erratically, stopping and starting without any pattern. I stayed awake all night, clutching my flashlight and knife, too scared to even breathe loudly. When morning finally came, I was exhausted but determined to find my way out. I packed up and started walking, using the sun to guide me. The trail was nowhere to be found, and I resorted to following a small stream, hoping it would lead me to civilization. By midday, I heard the distant hum of a car engine. The sound filled me with relief, and I pushed through the underbrush until I stumbled onto a dirt road. A passing truck stopped when the driver saw me, and I almost collapsed with gratitude. The driver was kind, offering me water and a ride back to town. As we drove, I couldn't help but glance back at the forest, half expecting to see someone standing at the edge, watching me. But there was nothing, just an endless sea of trees. To this day, I don't know what happened during that trip. Maybe it was an animal, or maybe I let my imagination get the better of me. But sometimes, late at night, I'll hear a faint crunching sound outside my window and feel that same prickling sensation on the back of my neck. And I'll wonder if whatever was out there followed me home. It started as a simple camping trip. I had been working long hours for months and wanted to escape the constant buzz of the city. The woods seemed like the perfect retreat. Quiet, remote, and a chance to clear my head. I chose a spot deep in a national forest, a place I'd read about online that was supposedly great for solitude and wildlife. It wasn't an official campground, so I knew I'd be alone, which was precisely the point. The drive out there took several hours. As the city gave way to rolling hills and eventually dense forests, I felt my stress begin to ease. By the time I parked my car at the trailhead, the air was cooler, fresher, and filled with the scent of pine. My backpack was heavy with supplies: a tent, sleeping bag, enough food for 3 days, and plenty of water. I locked the car, hoisted the pack onto my shoulders, and started down the trail. The path wound through towering trees and across small streams. The only sounds were my boots crunching on the dirt and the occasional chirp of a bird or rustle of leaves. It felt like I was stepping into another world, one far removed from the stress and noise of everyday life. After about 2 hours of hiking, I found a small clearing that seemed perfect for setting up camp. It was flat, surrounded by trees for shelter, and close to a creek where I could refill my water bottles if needed. Setting up the tent didn't take long. I practiced at home, so everything went smoothly. Once the tent was up and my sleeping bag was laid out inside, I built a small fire pit with rocks and gathered enough wood to last the evening. By the time I lit the fire, the sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows through the trees. I cooked a simple meal, a can of soup heated over the flames, and ate while watching the fire crackle and pop. It was peaceful, exactly what I'd hoped for. As the night deepened, the forest came alive with sounds. Crickets chirped, frogs croaked, and somewhere in the distance, I heard the howl of a coyote. It was a little unnerving being so isolated, but I reminded myself that I was prepared. My food was stored safely away from the tent, and I had a sturdy knife and a can of bear spray within arm's reach. I convinced myself that there was nothing to worry about and climbed into the tent. The first night passed uneventfully. I woke up feeling refreshed, the cool morning air invigorating. After a quick breakfast, I decided to explore the area. I followed the creek upstream, marveling at how untouched everything felt. There were no signs of other people, no trash, no footprints, nothing. It was exactly the kind of solitude I'd been craving. By the time I returned to camp, it was early afternoon. I spent the rest of the day relaxing, reading a book I'd brought, gathering more firewood, and simply enjoying the quiet. The second evening was much like the first. I ate, watched the fire, and listened to the forest settle into its nighttime rhythm. Again, I reminded myself that I was prepared and there was nothing to fear. I went to bed feeling content. That contentment didn't last. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up to a sound. At first, I wasn't sure what had roused me. I lay still, holding my breath and straining to hear. There it was again, a faint rustling, like something moving through the underbrush. Could have been anything. A raccoon, a deer, even the wind. I told myself it was nothing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The sound was too deliberate, too steady. I stayed awake for what felt like hours, listening. The rustling came and went, never getting too close but never completely disappearing. Eventually, exhaustion won out and I drifted back to sleep. When I woke up the next morning, everything seemed normal. The sun was shining, the forest was calm, and there were no signs of anything unusual around the camp. Still, I couldn't shake the unease from the night before. I spent the day trying to distract myself. I went for another hike, gathered more firewood, and even tried some fishing in the creek. But the feeling of being watched lingered, growing stronger as the day wore on. By the time the sun began to set, I was on edge. I decided to keep the fire burning all night, hoping it would deter any wildlife from coming too close. That night, the sounds started earlier. The rustling was back, and this time it was closer. I sat by the fire, clutching the knife and bear spray, staring into the darkness. My heart raced every time a twig snapped or leaves rustled. The sounds seemed to circle the camp, never coming into the light but never straying too far. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that they finally stopped. When dawn broke, I was exhausted but relieved. I decided to pack up and leave. The trip was supposed to be a retreat, a chance to relax, but it had turned into something else entirely. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone out there, and I didn't want to find out what was lurking in the shadows. As I packed up the tent, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There were footprints in the dirt around the camp. They weren't mine. They were too large, too wide, and they didn't look like any animal tracks I recognized. They circled the camp, just like the sounds had, and some of them came disturbingly close to the tent. I hurried to gather my things, glancing over my shoulder every few seconds. The forest, once so peaceful, now felt oppressive. Every shadow seemed to hide something. Every sound set my nerves on edge. I didn't bother eating breakfast. I just wanted to get out of there. The hike back to the car was the longest 2 hours of my life. I kept imagining footsteps behind me, convinced that if I turned around, I'd see someone or something following me. When I finally reached the trailhead, I was almost in tears. The sight of my car was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. I threw my gear into the trunk and got in, locking the doors before starting the engine. As I drove away, I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone step out of the trees and onto the road. But there was nothing. The forest remained still, silent, and impenetrable. It wasn't until I was miles away, back on the main highway, that I began to relax. Even now, I can't explain what happened. Maybe it was just my imagination, heightened by the isolation and unfamiliar sounds of the forest. Or maybe there really was someone out there watching me, waiting. Either way, I've never gone camping alone again. I decided to go camping to clear my head. Work had been relentless, and I needed a break. So, I packed my gear, loaded up the car, and headed toward a remote camping site in the Adirondacks. It was late October, and the forest was draped in shades of orange, yellow, and brown. The air was crisp but not too cold, perfect for a weekend outdoors. The drive was uneventful. The road wound through dense forests and past quiet lakes, the kind of scenery that always made me feel like I was escaping the chaos of daily life. When I arrived at the parking lot for the trailhead, there were only 2 other cars. That's exactly what I'd hoped for: solitude. I hoisted my backpack onto my shoulders and set off down the trail. It was about a 4-mile hike to the campsite I'd chosen, nestled near a small, secluded lake. The trail was well marked but narrow, cutting through thick trees that blocked most of the sunlight. The only sounds were my boots crunching leaves and the occasional rustle of wildlife. It felt like I had the entire forest to myself. After about 2 hours, I reached the campsite. It was beautiful. The lake was calm, reflecting the sky and the surrounding trees like a mirror. There was a small clearing where I set up my tent, not too close to the water but with a clear view of it. I unpacked my gear, pitched the tent, and gathered some firewood. The whole process took about an hour, and by the time I was done, The sun was starting to dip below the horizon. I lit a fire and cooked a simple meal, just some canned soup and bread. Sitting there, staring at the flames and listening to the quiet, I felt more relaxed than I had in months. The stress of work seemed a million miles away. I stayed up for a while just enjoying the night. The stars were incredibly bright, and the fire kept the chill at bay. Eventually, I decided to turn in. I doused the fire, crawled into my sleeping bag, and zipped up the tent. It didn't take long for me to fall asleep. I don't know what woke me up. Maybe it was the wind or a noise outside the tent. I lay there for a moment, listening. The forest was quiet, but not completely silent. I could hear the faint rustling of leaves and the occasional hoot of an owl. Nothing unusual. I told myself it was just my imagination and tried to go back to sleep. But then I heard it again. A sound that didn't belong. It was faint, almost like a whisper, but it wasn't words. More like a soft shuffle, like something moving across the ground. I stayed completely still, my heart starting to race. My first thought was that it was an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer, but something about it felt off. It didn't sound like an animal. I unzipped the sleeping bag as quietly as I could and reached for the flashlight. Slowly, I unzipped the tent just enough to peek out. The beam of the flashlight swept across the clearing, the trees, the edge of the lake. Nothing. Everything looked exactly as it had when I'd gone to bed. I stayed like that for a while, just watching and listening. When nothing happened, I started to feel a little foolish. Maybe it really was just my imagination. I zipped the tent back up and lay down again, but sleep didn't come easily. Every little sound seemed amplified. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I drifted off. The next morning, I woke up early. The sun was just rising, casting a golden light over the lake. I stepped out of the tent and stretched, trying to shake off the lingering unease from the night before. That's when I noticed it. On the ground, about 10 feet from my tent, were footprints. Not boot prints, barefoot, human. My stomach dropped. They weren't mine. I'd been wearing boots since I arrived, and there was no reason for me to walk barefoot, especially not in late October. The prints were fresh, clearly defined in the soft earth. They led from the edge of the clearing, past my tent, and toward the trees on the other side. I stood there, staring at them, my mind racing. Someone had been here. Someone had walked right past my tent while I was sleeping. But who and why? I hadn't heard anyone on the trail, and the campsite was far enough off the beaten path that it wasn't likely someone just stumbled upon it by accident. I decided to pack up and leave. The idea of staying another night didn't sit well with me anymore. I tried to convince myself that it was probably nothing. Maybe just a hiker who got lost and didn't realize I was there. But deep down, I didn't believe that. As I packed up my gear, I kept glancing at the trees, half expecting to see someone watching me. But there was nothing. No movement, no sound. Just the quiet of the forest. I felt exposed, vulnerable. The sense of peace I'd felt the day before was completely gone. The hike back to the car felt much longer than it had on the way in. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig made me jump. I kept looking over my shoulder, certain that someone was following me, but the trail remained empty. When I finally reached the parking lot, my car was the only one there. The other two vehicles were gone. I loaded my gear into the trunk, got in, and locked the doors. As I started the engine, I took one last look at the trailhead. It was just trees and shadows. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I drove away, the unease lingering long after I left the forest behind. I still don't know who or what was out there that night. Maybe it was just a coincidence, a harmless passerby. Or maybe it wasn't. All I know is that I'll think twice before camping alone again. I had always loved the quiet of the woods, the kind of peace that comes with being completely surrounded by nature. The fresh, earthy scent of pine trees, the sound of distant birds calling, and the way the wind rustled through the leaves made me feel like I could forget everything and just be. This was supposed to be a simple, relaxing camping trip. Nothing too adventurous, just me, a tent, and a couple of days to recharge. But by the time the sun dipped below the horizon, I was wishing I'd never decided to camp out there alone. I arrived at the campsite late in the afternoon, after a long drive up into the mountains. The site wasn't well known, just a small clearing off a less traveled trail. It had been recommended to me by a few locals at the general store, who swore it was peaceful and perfect for a solo trip. There were no other campers around, and I was happy about that. I liked being alone in nature. It was an escape. Setting up the tent was easy enough. I chose a spot nestled against the base of a hill, where a small creek bubbled nearby. The sound of running water was calming, and I thought it would help me sleep. I made a fire, roasted a quick dinner of canned beans, and settled down with my flashlight and a book. Everything felt right, like the kind of night that makes you appreciate the little things in life. It wasn't until it got dark that the first strange feeling crept in. First, it was nothing, just the usual noises of the forest at night. The wind picking up, branches creaking, and the occasional scurrying of small animals. But then there was something else, a subtle shift in the air, like something was watching. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just my imagination running wild. I wasn't scared, but deep down something didn't feel right. I thought about the stories I'd heard from the locals earlier in the day. They'd talked about the quietness of the area, how it was a place where people came to disconnect. But there was a hint of something else in their voices when they mentioned it, a strange hesitation as if they were leaving something unsaid. I pushed that thought aside, reminding myself I was just overthinking. As the hours went by, the sounds of the forest seemed to intensify. I couldn't explain it, but the woods felt different now, more alive. The fire crackled softly in front of me, casting long shadows that danced across the trees. I thought I saw something move out of the corner of my eye, but when I turned my head, nothing was there. I told myself it was just the flickering of the firelight playing tricks on me. I tried to relax, but the unease only grew stronger. The silence around me became heavy, as if it was pressing in, suffocating me. Every rustle in the bushes seemed louder, more deliberate. Every snap of a twig made my heart race. By now, I was lying in my tent, the rainfly zipped up tight. I told myself I was being foolish. It was just the woods. But as I lay there, every crack and groan of the trees outside sounded closer. I could almost feel them moving, creeping toward me. My head throbbed, and my breathing became shallow. The next sound that broke the night stillness was a low thud. It wasn't a branch falling or an animal stepping too heavily. It was something deliberate, something heavy, and it came from just outside my tent. My stomach dropped. I froze, listening intently. Another thud, then a soft, dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across the ground. My mind raced, trying to come up with an explanation, but there was none. No animal moved like that. No wind caused that kind of noise, and certainly no one was supposed to be out here, not this far off the beaten path. I slowly unzipped the tent just a little, trying not to make a sound. My flashlight lay just out of reach, and I didn't want to move too much, afraid I'd draw whatever was closer. Through the tiny gap in the zipper, I could just barely make out the edge of the clearing. The fire had died down to a faint glow, but I could still see the faint outlines of trees around me. I caught movement. There was something out there. It wasn't human, though I couldn't tell what it was. The shape was too irregular, too strange. I strained my eyes, but the darkness made it hard to make out anything more. I held my breath, praying it was just an animal, maybe a large raccoon or a bear. But then I heard it, a soft scraping sound, followed by a quick, heavy shuffle, like something was moving in my direction. My heart hammered in my chest, and all my instincts screamed at me to run, to get out of there. But where could I go? The nearest town was miles away. My cell phone had no signal. I was alone in the middle of nowhere, and whatever was out there knew exactly where I was. I quickly zipped the tent shut, trying to keep the panic from overtaking me. My mind raced for options, but nothing seemed like it would work. I was trapped. There was no way to call for help, and no one would hear me if I screamed. I had to deal with this myself. The noise outside stopped for a moment, but I could still feel something lurking nearby. The air was unnervingly still. I waited, my mind spinning in circles, hoping the thing outside would just go away. But then the noise started up again, closer now. Whatever it was circling my camp. I could hear the faint rustling of leaves and the occasional grunt or scrape against bark, as if it was searching for something. I barely dared to breathe. The fear kept me completely still, my heart racing in my chest. If it was a person, I couldn't afford to let them know I was in here. If it was an animal, well, I didn't even want to think about what would happen if it tried to get inside. Minutes passed like hours. I had no idea how much time had gone by. The thing outside kept getting closer. I could hear it breathing, a low, wet rasp that sent chills down my spine. Then I heard something that nearly made my blood freeze. A loud bang. It was followed by a sharp, quick rustling sound, like something being pushed or thrown against the tent. I lost it. In that moment, I had no more control over my fear. I grabbed my flashlight and fumbled with the zipper to get out of the tent. My hands shook violently as I finally managed to force it open. Without thinking, I sprinted toward the creek, the only thing that felt like it could offer any cover. The moon was just starting to rise above the trees, casting faint light on the ground. I ran blindly, tripping over rocks and branches, hearing the rustling noises growing fainter behind me. My lungs burned, but I kept going, pushing through the pain, desperate to get to the creek where I could hopefully find some safety. Finally, I made it to the water. I crouched behind a large boulder, trying to steady my breathing and calm my racing thoughts. For what felt like hours, I stayed there, watching the dark forest around me, waiting for any sign that whatever was out there had gone away. When the sun finally began to rise, the woods were eerily quiet. I hadn't heard a sound in hours. I dared to peek out from behind the rock, but the camp was still there, untouched. The fire was out, and everything looked the same as when I had left it, though there was a noticeable sense of unease in the air. Something had been there, something had been watching me, but now it was gone. I don't know what it was or who or what had been making those noises. All I know is that I didn't stick around to find out. I packed up my camp as quickly as possible, loaded everything into my truck, and drove out of the woods as fast as I could. I'll never go back there. I don't know what I encountered that night, but I've learned my lesson. Some places are better left untouched, and sometimes the woods hold secrets you're better off not knowing. The forest was the kind you read about in adventure novels, stretching endlessly with tall pines that swayed gently in the cool breeze. I had been looking forward to this camping trip for weeks. Life in the city had been suffocating, work deadlines, honking cars, and the relentless buzz of electronics. I needed this escape. A few days in the wilderness, just me and nature, seemed like the perfect antidote to my stress. I arrived at the trailhead late in the afternoon. The parking lot was nearly empty, save for a couple of cars that looked like they'd been there for days. The air smelled of damp earth and pine needles, and I could already feel the weight of city life lifting off my shoulders. I slung my backpack over my shoulders and started down the trail, the crunch of gravel underfoot the only sound breaking the serene silence. The trail was well marked and led me deep into the forest. Towering trees formed a canopy overhead, filtering the sunlight into soft, golden beams that danced on the ground. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. Even the birds seemed to respect the stillness, their occasional chirps echoing faintly through the woods. It felt good to be alone, to be away from the noise and demands of daily life. After a few hours of hiking, I found a clearing near a small stream. It seemed like the perfect spot to set up camp. The ground was flat, and the stream provided a reliable water source. I pitched my tent close enough to hear the gentle babble of the water, but far enough to avoid any potential flooding if it rained. The process of setting up my campsite was methodical and calming. I unpacked my sleeping bag, set up my small portable stove, and gathered some dry wood for a campfire. By the time I was finished, the sun was dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. As night fell, the forest came alive with sounds. Crickets chirped in an almost rhythmic pattern, and the occasional rustle of leaves hinted at small animals moving about. The campfire crackled softly, casting flickering shadows on the surrounding trees. I ate a simple meal of dehydrated pasta and sipped on some instant coffee. It wasn't gourmet, but out here, it tasted better than anything I'd had in months. The first night passed uneventfully. I woke up early the next morning, feeling refreshed. After a quick breakfast, I decided to explore the area around my campsite. The forest was dense, with moss-covered logs and patches of wildflowers breaking up the sea of green. I followed the stream upstream for a while, marveling at the sheer beauty of the untouched wilderness. As I ventured farther, I noticed something unusual. About a mile from my campsite, I came across an old, weathered sign nailed to a tree. The letters were faded, but I could just make out the words, "No camping beyond this point." It struck me as odd since the area didn't seem particularly dangerous. There were no cliffs or signs of unstable ground. I shrugged it off, figuring it was probably outdated or meant for hunters during a specific season. Still, I decided to heed the warning and turn back toward my camp. The rest of the day was uneventful. I spent my time reading, fishing in the stream, and just soaking in the tranquility. But as the sun began to set, I started to feel a little uneasy. It was nothing concrete, just a nagging sense that something was off. The forest, which had felt so welcoming and peaceful during the day, now seemed darker, more foreboding. The sounds of wildlife that had comforted me the night before were strangely absent. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional snap of a twig or rustle of leaves. I tried to shake off the feeling and focus on the warmth of the campfire, but the unease lingered, gnawing at the edges of my mind. I couldn't help but think about the sign I'd seen earlier. Why was it there? What was so dangerous about this area? As these thoughts churned in my head, I decided to call it an early night. I doused the fire, crawled into my tent, and zipped up the flap, hoping that a good night's sleep would calm my nerves. Sleep did not come easily. Every sound seemed amplified in the darkness. The occasional snap of a branch or rustle of leaves outside my tent made my heart race. I told myself it was just animals, maybe a raccoon or a deer wandering nearby. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. At some point, exhaustion must have overtaken me because I woke up to the first light of dawn filtering through the tent. Relieved to have made it through the night, I decided to pack up and move to a different spot. The unease from the night before was still there, and I figured it was better to be cautious. I hiked for a few hours, keeping an eye out for another suitable campsite. Around midday, I found a spot that seemed even better than the first. It was a small clearing surrounded by thick trees, with a larger stream nearby. I set up camp again, hoping that a change of scenery would help me feel more at ease. The day passed quickly, and as night fell, I found myself once again sitting by the campfire. This time, the sense of unease was stronger. The forest felt too quiet, as if it were holding its breath. I decided to stay up for a while and keep the fire going. The warmth and light were comforting, a small barrier against the encroaching darkness. Around midnight, I heard it, a faint sound that made my blood run cold. It was a whistle, soft and melodic, coming from somewhere deep in the forest. My rational mind tried to dismiss it as the wind or some natural sound, but it was too deliberate, too human. I sat frozen by the fire, straining to hear more. The whistle came again, closer this time. My heart pounded as I grabbed my flashlight and shone it into the trees. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the dense undergrowth, but I saw nothing. The whistle came a third time, even closer now. I decided I couldn't just sit there. Leaving the fire burning, I retreated to my tent and zipped it up tightly. I clutched a small camping knife in one hand and kept the flashlight within reach. The whistling stopped, but the silence that followed was even more unsettling. I lay there, every muscle tense, listening for any sound. Hours seemed to crawl by. Just as I was starting to think I might have imagined it, I heard faint footsteps outside my tent. They were slow and deliberate, circling my campsite that I held my breath, gripping the knife so tightly my hand ached. The footsteps stopped, replaced by a low, guttural sound that sent a shiver down my spine. It wasn't an animal. It was unmistakably human. I stayed still, barely daring to breathe, until the first light of dawn broke through the fabric of my tent. When I finally mustered the courage to step outside, the campsite was undisturbed. The fire had burned out, and everything was as I had left it. But I knew I couldn't stay another night. I packed up my gear as quickly as I could and started hiking back toward the trailhead. The journey back felt interminable. Every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves put me on edge. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me. When I finally reached the parking lot, relief washed over me. My car was still there, untouched. I threw my gear into the trunk and got in, locking the doors before starting the engine. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd narrowly escaped something terrible. I don't know who or what was out there, but I've never gone camping alone since. The wilderness is beautiful, but it's also vast and unforgiving. Out there, you're truly on your own, and sometimes that's the most terrifying thing of all. The first thing I noticed when I got to the campground was how quiet it was. I had picked this place because it was remote, tucked deep in the woods of Vermont. I'd wanted to get away from the noise of the city, the constant hum of traffic, and the crowds. This was supposed to be my escape. Just me, my tent, and the wilderness. I arrived late in the afternoon, the sun already dipping low behind the trees. The road leading to the campsite was little more than a dirt path, and my car's tires crunched over gravel and fallen leaves. The lot was empty, which didn't surprise me. It was the off-season, and most people preferred campgrounds with amenities like showers or even cabins. This place had none of that, just a few clearings for tents and a fire pit in the middle. After parking, I stepped out and stretched, breathing in the crisp air. The scent of pine and damp earth was everywhere. I grabbed my gear from the trunk and made my way to the site I had reserved. It was about a 5-minute walk from the lot, down a narrow trail that wound through tall trees. The only sound was the crunch of my boots on the dirt path and the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. It was peaceful, exactly what I'd hoped for. The site itself was small but perfect. A flat patch of ground surrounded by trees, with just enough of an opening to let some sunlight through. I set to work immediately, pitching my tent and laying out my sleeping bag. The tent was a little old, but it was reliable, and I'd used it on plenty of trips before. Once everything was set up, I gathered some firewood from the surrounding area. There was a small pile left behind by previous campers, but I wanted to make sure I had enough to last the night. By the time the fire was crackling, the sun had set completely. The woods grew dark fast, the kind of darkness that feels heavy and absolute. I sat by the fire, eating a simple meal of canned beans and bread, and enjoyed the solitude. The flames cast flickering shadows on the trees, and the occasional pop of the fire was the only sound. As the night deepened, the temperature dropped. I wrapped myself in a blanket and leaned back against a log, staring up at the stars. They were bright and clear, so much more vivid than they ever appeared in the city. I felt a sense of contentment, a rare moment where everything felt right. It wasn't until I decided to turn in for the night that I started to feel uneasy. I had doused the fire and was zipping up the tent when I heard it, a faint noise in the distance. It was subtle at first, almost indistinguishable from the rustling of leaves. But as I stopped to listen, it grew clearer. It sounded like footsteps, slow and deliberate, crunching on the forest floor. I told myself it was probably an animal. Deer were common in this area, and they could make a surprising amount of noise when moving through the underbrush. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The steps didn't sound random like an animal foraging. They were steady, purposeful, as if someone was walking toward me. I stayed still, listening intently. The footsteps seemed to pause, then start again, closer this time. My heart began to race. I reached for my flashlight and clicked it on, shining it toward the direction of the sound. The beam illuminated the trees, casting long shadows, but I couldn't see anything. The footsteps stopped as soon as the light came on. For a few minutes, I stood there, flashlight in hand, scanning the woods. The silence was unnerving. Eventually, I convinced myself that it was nothing. Maybe it had been an animal after all, startled by the light. I crawled into my tent, leaving the flashlight within arm's reach, and tried to sleep. Sleep didn't come easily. Every little noise outside the tent made me jump. The wind rustling the leaves, the creak of branches swaying in the breeze, even the distant hoot of an owl. It all sounded amplified, like the woods were alive and watching me. I lay there for what felt like hours, my senses on high alert. Just as I was starting to drift off, I heard it again. The footsteps. This time, they were much closer, just outside my campsite. My pulse quickened as I lay there, frozen. The sound moved slowly around the perimeter of the clearing, crunching through the leaves. Whoever or whatever it was seemed to be circling me. I debated what to do. If it was an animal, confronting it could be dangerous. If it was a person, the idea of stepping out into the darkness and revealing myself felt equally risky. I stayed put, gripping my flashlight tightly, every muscle in my body tense. The footsteps stopped again. I held my breath, straining to hear anything else. For several minutes, there was nothing. Then, a new sound reached my ears, a faint scraping noise, like metal against wood. It was coming from the direction of the fire pit. My mind raced. Had I left something out there? A utensil or a piece of gear? The thought of someone rummaging through my things sent a chill down my spine. I mustered the courage to peek out of the tent. Slowly, I unzipped it just enough to see outside. The fire pit was barely visible in the dim light of the dying embers. I couldn't see anyone, but the scraping sound continued. It was rhythmic, deliberate. I grabbed the only weapon I had, a small camping knife, and stepped out of the tent. My flashlight's beam cut through the darkness, but again, there was nothing there. The scraping noise stopped abruptly. The clearing was empty, just as it had been when I arrived. The only sign of life was the faint rustle of leaves in the breeze. I stood there for a long time, flashlight and knife in hand, scanning the woods. The sense of being watched was overwhelming. Eventually, I retreated to the tent, leaving the flashlight on this time. I sat there, fully awake, listening for any sign of movement. The rest of the night passed in tense silence. When dawn finally broke, I wasted no time packing up. The sense of relief I felt as the sunlight filtered through the trees was immense. I hurried to dismantle my tent and gather my gear, all the while glancing over my shoulder. The woods felt different in the daylight, less menacing, but I couldn't shake the unease that had settled over me. As I walked back to my car, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. On the trail, not far from my campsite, were footprints. They weren't mine, the size and tread were different. They led away from my sight, disappearing deeper into the woods. I drove away from that campground faster than I'd care to admit, and I haven't been back since. I've tried to rationalize what happened that night. Maybe it was another camper, though why they'd wander around in the dark without making their presence known is beyond me. Maybe it was a hunter or a local, curious about who was camping there. Or maybe it was something else entirely, something I'll never understand. All I know is that the peace I had been seeking in those woods turned into a night of fear and uncertainty, one I won't forget anytime soon. I had been planning this camping trip for weeks. It was late September, and the weather was just cool enough to make hiking pleasant without being freezing at night. I had picked a remote area in the Rockies, far from the usual campsites, to avoid the noise and crowds. I wanted peace, solitude, and the chance to clear my mind after months of stress at work. It was supposed to be just me, the wilderness, and my thoughts. I started early in the morning, driving for hours before parking my car at a small trailhead that wasn't marked on most maps. The trail was barely visible, overgrown in places, and winding through dense woods. I carried a heavy backpack loaded with supplies, a tent, food, water, a first aid kit, and a few other essentials. The plan was to hike for about 5 miles, find a good spot to set up camp, and spend a few days out there before heading back. The hike was harder than I expected. The trail was uneven and steep in places, and the overgrowth made it difficult to follow. I had to stop several times to check my map and GPS to make sure I wasn't getting lost. The deeper I went into the forest, the quieter it became. At first, the silence was soothing. I could hear the rustle of leaves in the wind, the chirping of birds, and the occasional scampering of small animals. But as the hours passed, the stillness started to feel oppressive. There were no other hikers, no signs of civilization, just endless trees and the faint crunch of my boots on the trail. By late afternoon, I found a small clearing near a creek. It was the perfect spot to set up camp. The ground was flat, the creek provided water, and the surrounding trees offered some protection from the wind. I pitched my tent, gathered some firewood, and settled in for the evening. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I lit a small fire and cooked a simple meal. The warmth of the flames and the crackling sound of burning wood were comforting. I sat there for a while, staring into the fire, letting my mind wander. When darkness fell, it fell fast. The forest around me became a black void, the trees mere silhouettes against the night sky. I climbed into my tent, zipped it up, and crawled into my sleeping bag. The air was chilly, but the bag was warm, and I felt safe inside my little nylon cocoon. Sleep came slowly, but eventually I drifted off. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. At first, I wasn't sure what had woken me. The fire had burned out, and the inside of the tent was pitch black. I lay there listening. The forest was silent, too silent. No wind, no rustling leaves, no animal sounds. Just an eerie, heavy stillness. Then I heard it, a faint crunching sound, like footsteps on dry leaves. It was distant, but unmistakable. My heart started to pound. I told myself it was probably just a deer or some other animal, but the sound didn't move like an animal. It was slow, deliberate, almost human. I reached for my flashlight, my hands trembling. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the inside of the tent. I pointed it toward the zipper and waited, holding my breath. The footsteps grew louder, closer. They stopped just outside the tent. I could see the faint outline of a shadow through the fabric, standing still. My mind raced. Was it another camper, park ranger, or something worse? I didn't dare move. Minutes passed, though it felt like hours. Finally, the shadow moved away, and the footsteps faded into the distance. I stayed awake the rest of the night, clutching the flashlight like a weapon, listening for any sign of movement. But the forest remained silent. When dawn broke, I unzipped the tent cautiously and stepped outside. The clearing looked the same as it had the evening before, peaceful and undisturbed. There were no signs of anyone else, no footprints, no broken branches. It was as if the night had been a bad dream, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I decided to cut my trip short. I packed up my gear and started hiking back toward the trailhead. The forest felt different now, darker and more menacing, even in the daylight. Every sound, a snapping twig, a rustling bush, made me jump. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me. But the trail was empty, just me and the trees. About halfway back, I came across something strange. In the middle of the trail was a small pile of stones, stacked neatly on top of each other. It hadn't been there when I came through the day before. My stomach tightened. Could have been made by another hiker, but the remote location made that unlikely. I skirted around it and kept moving, my pace quickening. The feeling of being watched grew stronger with every step. I started to hear faint noises again, crunching leaves, snapping branches, but every time I stopped to listen, the sound stopped too. It was as if someone was matching my movements, staying just out of sight. By the time I reached the car, I was drenched in sweat and completely on edge. I threw my gear into the trunk, jumped into the driver's seat, and locked the doors. As I turned the key in the ignition, I glanced in the rearview mirror. For a split second, I thought I saw a figure standing at the edge of the trees. But when I looked again, it was gone. The drive home was a blur. I kept checking the mirrors, half expecting to see headlights following me, but the road was empty. When I finally pulled into my driveway, I felt a wave of relief. I was home, safe, but the unease lingered. I couldn't stop thinking about the shadow outside my tent, the footsteps, the pile of stones. I'd gone into the woods looking for solitude, but I'd found something else, something I couldn't explain. I haven't been camping since. I've always loved the outdoors. Growing up in Vermont, camping trips were a regular part of my life. The stillness of the woods, the smell of pine, and the crisp night air always brought me peace. Last October, I decided to take a solo camping trip to clear my head. I was between jobs and needed some time to think things through. It seemed like the perfect opportunity to escape the noise of daily life. I chose a remote area in the Adirondacks, a place I'd been to a few times before but never on my own. I arrived at the trailhead early in the morning. The air was cold and fresh, and the forest was quiet except for the occasional rustling of leaves in the wind. I packed light but made sure to bring the essentials: my tent, sleeping bag, a small stove, some freeze-dried meals, a first aid kit, and a map of the area. My phone didn't have any signal out there, but I downloaded the map just in case. The hike to the campsite was about 7 miles. The trail was rugged but well-marked, winding through dense forest and crossing a few small streams. The deeper I went, the more isolated I felt, but it was a good kind of isolation. The kind that makes you feel like you're part of something bigger than yourself. By the time I reached my campsite, it was mid-afternoon. The spot was perfect, a small clearing surrounded by tall pines, with a view of a nearby lake. The water was so still it looked like a sheet of glass, reflecting the orange and gold leaves of the trees. I set up my tent and gathered some firewood. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, I lit a small fire and cooked one of the meals I'd brought. The warmth of the fire felt good against the cool evening air. I sat there for a while, staring into the flames, letting my mind wander. The only sounds were the crackling of the fire and the occasional hoot of an owl in the distance. It was exactly what I'd hoped for: peace, quiet, and a chance to be alone with my thoughts. As the fire died down, I crawled into my tent and zipped up my sleeping bag. The night was colder than I expected, but I managed to stay warm. I fell asleep listening to the gentle lapping of the lake's water against the shore. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. First, I didn't know why. The fire was completely out, and the forest was pitch black. I lay still, listening. The woods, which had been so quiet earlier, now seemed alive with sounds. I heard twigs snapping, leaves rustling, and what I thought was the faint sound of footsteps. I told myself it was just the wind or maybe an animal, but the sound of footsteps, if that's what it was, seemed too deliberate, too heavy to be a deer or a raccoon. I lay there for what felt like hours, my heart pounding in my chest. Eventually, the sound stopped, and I convinced myself it was nothing. Maybe a bear had wandered close to my campsite and then moved on. I finally drifted back to sleep, though it was fitful. The next morning, I stepped out of my tent and looked around. Everything seemed normal at first, but then I noticed something that made my stomach drop. About 20 feet from my tent, in the dirt, were footprints. They were human footprints, large and deep, like someone had been standing there watching my tent. I stared at them for a long time, trying to make sense of it. I hadn't seen anyone else on the trail the day before, and this area wasn't exactly popular. Whoever it was must have come during the night and left before dawn. I felt a chill run down my spine. I told myself it was probably just a hiker who'd gotten lost or curious. But deep down, I knew that didn't make sense. The prints were too close to my tent, too deliberate. Whoever it was had been watching me. I spent the day trying to shake off the unease. I went for a hike, explored the area around the lake, and tried to enjoy the solitude. But I couldn't stop thinking about the footprints. Every rustle of leaves or snapping twig made me jump. By the time evening came, I was on edge. That night, I built my fire bigger than before, hoping the light and heat would keep anything, or anyone, away. I sat by the fire until late, my flashlight within arm's reach. When I finally crawled into my tent, I left the flashlight and a small knife by my side. I didn't sleep much. Every noise outside seemed amplified, and my mind raced with possibilities. Around midnight, I heard it again, the sound of footsteps. This time, they were closer, circling my campsite. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I held my knife tightly, every muscle in my body tense. The footsteps stopped, and for a while, everything was silent. Then, I heard the faint sound of breathing just outside my tent. I don't know how long I lay there, frozen. Eventually, the breathing stopped, and I heard the footsteps retreating into the woods. I stayed awake the rest of the night, gripping my knife, my ears straining for any sound. When dawn finally broke, I stepped outside my tent, my legs shaky. The footprints were back, circling my tent, closer this time. That was it. I couldn't stay another night. I packed up my gear as quickly as I could, constantly looking over my shoulder. The hike back to the trailhead was the longest 7 miles of my life. Every rustle of leaves, every crack of a branch made me jump. I felt like I was being watched the entire time. When I finally reached my car, I threw my gear in the back and locked the doors. As I drove away, I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following me. It wasn't until I was miles away that I started to feel safe again. I don't know who or what was out there that night, Maybe it was just my imagination, or maybe it was someone with bad intentions. I'll never know. But one thing is certain. I won't be camping alone again anytime soon. Camping is supposed to be an escape. That's what I told myself as I packed my car early one Friday morning. I needed a break from work, from the constant hum of city life, and from the noise in my own head. The plan was simple. Drive to a remote campsite I'd found online, spend the weekend alone with my thoughts, and come back feeling recharged. Sounded perfect. A little too perfect, maybe. The drive took longer than expected. The campsite was tucked away in the hills, far from any main roads or towns. The directions were clear, but the roads became narrower and more rugged the closer I got. Eventually, my GPS lost signal, leaving me to rely on the written directions I'd printed out. By the time I reached the spot, the sun was already dipping low in the sky, casting long shadows over the dense forest that surrounded the clearing. The site itself was beautiful. A small clearing bordered by tall pines, with a clear view of the stars overhead. A fire pit sat in the center, surrounded by flat stones that looked like they'd been carefully placed there by someone who had spent a lot of time in this spot. Beyond the clearing, the forest seemed to stretch endlessly in all directions, thick with undergrowth and tall trees. It was quiet, save for the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze or the distant call of a bird. I set up my tent near the edge of the clearing, close enough to the fire pit to keep warm but far enough to avoid stray embers. The process was familiar and comforting. Laying out the tarp, assembling the poles, and securing everything with stakes. Once the tent was up, I gathered some firewood from the surrounding area, careful not to wander too far from camp. The last thing I wanted was to get lost before nightfall. By the time the fire was crackling and my modest dinner of canned soup was heating up, darkness had fully settled over the forest. The stars were brighter than I'd ever seen them, a dense, glittering band cutting across the sky. I leaned back against a log, sipping my soup and listening to the fire pop and crackle. It was exactly what I'd hoped for. Peaceful, quiet, and completely disconnected from the chaos of my usual life. The first night passed without incident. I slept deeply, lulled by the distant sounds of the forest and the cool air that seeped into the tent. When I woke, the sun was just beginning to rise, casting a soft, golden light through the trees. After a quick breakfast, I decided to explore the area. There wasn't a marked trail, but I'd brought a compass and a map, and I felt confident in my ability to find my way back. The forest was dense but navigable, with enough clearings and natural landmarks to keep me oriented. I saw signs of wildlife, tracks in the dirt, droppings, and the occasional glimpse of movement in the underbrush, but nothing out of the ordinary. The air was fresh and cool, carrying the earthy scent of pine needles and damp soil. It felt good to stretch my legs and let my mind wander. By midday, I'd worked up an appetite and decided to head back to camp for lunch. That's when I noticed the first odd thing. As I approached the clearing, I saw that my tent flap was open. I was certain I'd zipped it closed before leaving, but I chalked it up to forgetfulness. Maybe I'd been in a hurry or distracted by something. Inside, everything was as I'd left it, so I pushed the thought aside and focused on eating. The rest of the day was uneventful. I spent the afternoon reading by the fire and gathering more wood for the night. As the sun began to set, I felt a sense of calm wash over me. Whatever had unsettled me earlier seemed trivial now, just a small lapse in memory. I settled in for another quiet night, letting the fire's warmth and the rhythmic sounds of the forest ease me into sleep. But that night was different. I woke abruptly, my heart racing, to the sound of something moving outside the tent. It wasn't the soft rustle of leaves or the distant hoot of an owl. This was closer, heavier, and deliberate. I lay still, straining to hear over the pounding of my heart. The sound came again, a slow, steady crunch of footsteps on the forest floor. I reached for the flashlight I'd left by my sleeping bag and clicked it on, the beam cutting through the darkness inside the tent. For a moment, the sounds stopped, and I held my breath, waiting. Then, as suddenly as they'd stopped, they started again, moving away from the tent and deeper into the forest. I waited, tense and motionless, until the sounds faded completely. Eventually, exhaustion overtook my fear, and I drifted back to sleep. In the morning, I found nothing out of place. The fire pit was undisturbed, and there were no signs of anyone or anything near the tent. I told myself it must have been an animal, a deer maybe, or a curious raccoon. Still, I couldn't shake the unease that clung to me as I went about my morning routine. I decided to stay close to camp that day. I busied myself with small tasks, reinforcing the tent stakes, organizing my gear, and carving some kindling for the fire. The sense of isolation that had been so appealing at first now felt oppressive. Every sound seemed amplified, every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig sending a jolt of adrenaline through me. As the day wore on, I started to feel foolish for my paranoia. There was nothing out here but me and the wilderness. I'd come to this spot to escape, to find peace, and here I was jumping at shadows. I resolved to enjoy my last night at the campsite and head back early in the morning, refreshed and ready to face the real world again. That night, I built the largest fire yet, feeding it with thick logs and letting the flames climb high into the sky. The warmth and light were comforting, a barrier against the darkness that pressed in on all sides. I stayed up late, watching the fire burn down to embers and listening to the forest settle into its nocturnal rhythm. When I finally crawled into my tent, I felt a cautious sense of relief. Whatever had disturbed me the night before hadn't returned, and I allowed myself to hope it wouldn't. But hope wasn't enough. I woke again in the middle of the night, the same heavy, deliberate footsteps echoing in the stillness. This time they were closer, circling the tent in a slow, methodical pattern. My breath caught in my throat as I listened, frozen in place. Whoever or whatever was out there wasn't in a hurry. They were taking their time, each step measured and unhurried. I held the flashlight tightly, debating whether to turn it on. Part of me wanted to stay hidden, to let the intruder pass by without knowing I was awake. But another part of me, the part that was too scared to stay silent, wanted to see what I was dealing with. Slowly, I unzipped the tent just enough to shine the light outside. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the trees and underbrush just beyond the clearing. For a moment, I saw nothing, and I began to think I'd imagined the sounds. Then, just at the edge of the light's reach, something moved. It was quick, a shadow slipping between the trees, but it was enough to confirm what I'd feared. I wasn't alone. I stayed awake the rest of the night, clutching the flashlight and listening for any sign of movement. When the first light of dawn crept through the trees, I packed up my gear as quickly as I could. My hands trembled as I rolled up the tent and stuffed it into the bag. I doused the fire, scattering the ashes and making sure nothing was left behind. By the time the sun was fully up, I was already on the trail back to my car. The hike out was tense. Every sound seemed amplified, every shadow a potential threat. I kept checking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone or something following me. But the forest remained empty, and I reached my car without incident. As I drove away, the tension in my chest began to ease, replaced by a dull exhaustion. Looking back, I still don't know what happened that weekend. Maybe it was just an animal, curious and harmless. Maybe it was another camper, someone who didn't realize how much their presence would disturb me. Or maybe it was something else entirely, something I'm better off not understanding. What I do know is that I haven't been camping alone since, and I don't plan to. Some escapes aren't worth the risk. I remember that weekend like it was yesterday. I had been planning a solo retreat to clear my head after months of stress at work. A friend had recommended a remote cabin deep in the woods, about a 3-hour drive from the nearest town. They said it was perfect for solitude. It sounded ideal at the time, just me, nature, and the quiet. The drive up was uneventful. The road twisted and turned through thick forests, the kind where sunlight barely makes it through the canopy. When I finally arrived, the cabin looked as advertised, rustic but sturdy, with a small porch out front and a stone chimney. There was no electricity or running water, but I had come prepared with plenty of supplies, including a portable solar charger, a lantern, and a large jug of water. The first evening was peaceful. I settled in quickly, unpacked my things, and lit a fire in the old stone fireplace. The cabin smelled faintly of pine and smoke, and as the sun dipped below the trees, the woods grew dark and quiet. I sat on the porch for a while, sipping tea and listening to the sounds of the forest. Occasionally, I'd hear the rustle of leaves or the distant hoot of an owl, but otherwise, it was silent. The first strange thing happened the next morning. I woke up early, just as the sun was rising. Stepping outside, I noticed something odd. Around the cabin, the ground was covered in a fine layer of dirt and pine needles, but there were fresh footprints leading from the woods to the porch. They weren't mine. These were larger and deeper, as if made by someone much heavier than me. They stopped just a few feet from the front door and then disappeared. I'm not the type to jump to conclusions, so I brushed it off. Maybe a hiker had wandered by, or perhaps an animal had made the tracks, though they looked distinctly human. I spent the rest of the morning exploring the area around the cabin, venturing a short distance into the woods. The forest was dense, and it was easy to lose my bearings, so I made sure to keep the cabin within sight. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It wasn't anything concrete, just a prickling sensation at the back of my neck that made me glance over my shoulder more than once. By midday, I was back at the cabin. I made a simple lunch and spent the afternoon reading. The sense of unease from earlier had mostly faded, but I still felt a little on edge. To distract myself, I decided to chop some firewood. The rhythmic motion was calming, and the sound of the axe splitting logs echoed through the trees. That night, things took a darker turn. Around midnight, I was woken by a noise outside. It was faint at first, a soft scraping sound, like something being dragged across the porch. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, and strained to listen. The sound stopped, leaving only the silence of the forest. Telling myself it was probably an animal, I tried to go back to sleep, but a few minutes later, the noise started again, louder this time. I grabbed the flashlight from my bedside table and crept to the window. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the porch. Nothing. The porch was empty. I shone the light around the yard, but there was no sign of anything unusual. Still, the sound continued, now seeming to come from the back of the cabin. Summoning my courage, I stepped outside, flashlight in hand. The cold night air bit at my skin as I circled the cabin. At the back, I found what had been making the noise. A large branch, jagged and broken, lying on the ground. It looked as if it had been dragged there deliberately, but by what, I couldn't say. I pushed it aside and returned to the cabin, bolting the door behind me. The next day, I decided to check the area more thoroughly. I found more footprints in the dirt, similar to the ones I'd seen before, but now they circled the cabin. They were erratic, crisscrossing, and doubling back on themselves. I followed one set into the woods, but they disappeared after a few yards. It was unsettling, but I tried to stay rational. Maybe someone else was camping nearby, though I hadn't seen or heard any signs of other people. I spent most of that day inside, keeping the fire going and trying to focus on my book. As night fell, I felt a growing sense of dread. I double-checked all the doors and windows, making sure everything was secure. Despite my precautions, I barely slept. Every creak of the cabin, every whisper of wind outside, set my nerves on edge. The final night was the worst. I had just started to drift off when a loud banging jolted me awake. It was coming from the front door, heavy and insistent, as if someone were trying to break it down. My heart raced as I grabbed the flashlight and a knife from the kitchen. The banging stopped abruptly, and silence fell again. I waited, listening intently. Then I heard it. The sound of breathing, low and guttural, just outside the door. I froze, gripping the knife tightly. The breathing continued for what felt like an eternity before fading away. I stayed up the rest of the night, sitting by the fire with the knife in my lap, jumping at every sound. When dawn finally broke, I packed my things as quickly as I could. As I loaded the car, I found one last chilling detail. On the porch, etched into the wood with what looked like a knife, was a single word: leave. I didn't need any more convincing. I drove away from that cabin and never looked back. To this day, I don't know who or what was out there, but I've never felt the same about being alone in the woods. Some places are better left undisturbed. I had been planning a solo getaway for weeks, needing a break from the relentless pace of city life. A small cabin in the woods seemed like the perfect escape. It wasn't anything fancy, just a rustic place I found on a rental site. The pictures showed a modest wooden cabin nestled between tall pines, with a small porch and a view of a lake. It was remote, and that's exactly what I wanted: silence and solitude. The drive out there was uneventful but long. I left early in the morning, the city's noise fading behind me as I ventured deeper into the countryside. The roads became narrower, winding through forests that seemed to stretch forever. My phone lost signal about an hour before I arrived, which I expected. The isolation was part of the charm, though I did feel a slight unease as the road turned to gravel and the trees grew thicker. When I finally reached the cabin, it looked just like the pictures. It stood alone, surrounded by dense woods on 3 sides and a clear view of the lake on the 4th. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. I parked my car a few feet from the porch and unloaded my bags. The silence was almost overwhelming. No cars, no voices, just the occasional rustle of leaves or chirp of a bird. Inside, the cabin was simple. There was a small living area with a worn couch and a wood-burning stove, a kitchenette with basic appliances, and a single bedroom with a queen-size bed. The bathroom was tiny but functional. I noticed the windows had thick curtains, which seemed odd given the lack of nearby neighbors, but I didn't think much of it. After unpacking, I made myself a quick meal and stepped onto the porch to take in the view. The lake was still, its surface reflecting the gray sky. I sat on a wooden chair and watched as the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the water. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful. I realized I wasn't used to this level of quiet. Back home, there was always some background noise, even at night. Here, the silence felt heavy, pressing against my ears. That first night, I slept uneasily. The bed was comfortable enough, but every creak of the cabin, every groan of the wooden beams, seemed amplified in the stillness. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps outside, but when I peered through the curtains, there was nothing but darkness. I told myself it was just animals. After all, this was their territory. The next morning, I decided to explore the area. There was a narrow trail that wound through the woods, and I followed it for a couple of miles. The trees were tall and close together, their branches forming a canopy that blocked out much of the sunlight. I came across a few animal tracks, but no signs of other people. The solitude was starting to feel less like a blessing and more like a weight. When I returned to the cabin, I noticed something odd. The front door was slightly ajar. I was certain I had closed it before leaving. My stomach tightened as I stepped inside, scanning the room. Nothing seemed out of place. My bags were untouched, and the cabin was just as I had left it. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I spent the afternoon trying to relax, reading a book and sitting by the lake. But my mind kept wandering back to the door. Had I really left it open, or was someone else out here? I told myself I was being paranoid. This was a secluded spot, miles from the nearest town. Who would come all the way out here? That night, I locked the door and checked it twice before going to bed. I even propped a chair against it just in case. Sleep came in fits and starts. Around midnight, I woke to a sound. It wasn't a creak or a groan this time. It was a deliberate noise, like something tapping against the window. My heart raced as I lay there, listening. Top, top, top. It was slow and steady, coming from the living room. I forced myself to get up, every nerve in my body screaming to stay put. Grabbing a flashlight, I crept into the living room. The tapping stopped as soon as I entered. I shone the light on the window, but there was nothing there, just the reflection of the room. My hands were shaking as I checked the lock. It was secure. Trying to calm myself, I told myself it was probably a branch or a bird. Still, I couldn't bring myself to go back to sleep. I sat on the couch, flashlight in hand, and waited for morning. The next day, I decided to cut my trip short. The peace and quiet I had craved were gone, replaced by a constant sense of unease. But when I tried to start my car, it wouldn't turn over. The battery was dead. I popped the hood, hoping it was something simple, but I didn't have the tools or knowledge to fix it. I was stranded. I spent the day trying to distract myself, but every little noise set me on edge. By late afternoon, I decided to hike back to the main road. It was a few miles, but I figured I could flag down a passing car or find a house with a phone. I packed a bag with some water and a flashlight and set off. The woods felt different this time. The air was heavier, the shadows darker. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every so often, I'd stop and look over my shoulder, but there was never anything there. The trail seemed longer than I remembered, and the trees began to look the same, making it hard to tell if I was going the right way. As the sun set, I realized I wasn't going to make it to the road before dark. I cursed myself for leaving so late. My flashlight's beam cut through the growing darkness, but it felt like a tiny island of light in an ocean of black. The sounds of the forest grew louder, twigs snapping, leaves rustling. My imagination ran wild, conjuring images of animals or worse, someone following me. Then I saw it, a figure, just at the edge of the flashlight's range. It was standing still, partially obscured by the trees. My heart leapt into my throat as I froze, the light trembling in my hand. I called out, but there was no response. The figure didn't move. Summoning every ounce of courage, I took a step forward, shining the light directly at it. It was a tree, just a tree, its gnarled branches forming a vaguely human shape. I let out a shaky laugh, feeling a mix of relief and embarrassment. But the feeling of being watched didn't go away. I quickened my pace, practically jogging down the trail. When I finally saw the cabin's lights through the trees, I almost cried with relief. I stumbled inside, locking the door behind me and collapsing onto the couch. My mind raced, trying to make sense of the day. I told myself I'd hike out first thing in the morning, when it was light. I'd figure out the car later. But that night was the worst. Around 2 a.m., I woke to the sound of footsteps on the porch. They were slow and deliberate, moving from one side of the cabin to the other. My mouth went dry as I lay there, listening. Whoever it was stopped at the front door. Then a soft knock. I didn't move. My breathing was shallow, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure they could hear it. The knock came again, louder this time. Then silence. Minutes passed, though it felt like hours. Finally, I heard the footsteps retreat, fading into the night. I didn't sleep after that. When dawn broke, I grabbed my bag and left the cabin without looking back. The trail to the main road felt endless, but I kept going, driven by pure adrenaline. When I finally reached the road, I flagged down a passing truck. The driver, an older man, gave me a ride to the nearest town. I didn't tell him everything, just that my car had broken down and I needed help. Later, when I returned with a mechanic, the cabin felt different. The door was open, and inside, the chair I had propped against it was knocked over. Nothing else seemed disturbed, but the sight chilled me to the bone. The mechanic fixed my car, and I left without a word. I never found out who or what had been outside that night. Maybe it was a drifter, maybe a prankster, or maybe just my imagination running wild. But one thing is certain. I won't be going back to that cabin or any cabin anytime soon. It started as a simple idea for a peaceful getaway. Life had been overwhelming for months, and I felt like I needed to step away from the noise of the city. The stress of work, the constant emails, the endless calls, they all weighed on me. A quiet cabin in the woods sounded perfect. A colleague mentioned knowing someone who rented out an old cabin about 2 hours from the city. It wasn't listed anywhere online, but it was supposed to be serene and secluded. Exactly what I was looking for. The drive out was uneventful. The highway stretched into smaller roads that eventually turned into a single gravel lane cutting through dense forest. The air changed as I got closer, smelling of pine and damp earth. When I finally saw the cabin, it looked exactly how I had imagined. Small, weathered wood, a slanted roof, and a wraparound porch. The place was surrounded by tall trees, their canopies almost blocking out the sky. There was a small clearing in front with a fire pit, and beyond that, nothing but woods. Inside, the cabin was simple but cozy. A single room with a small kitchen, a wood-burning stove, and a bed tucked into the corner. A small bathroom was attached, with just enough space for a shower and toilet. The windows were large, letting in the natural light and offering views of the forest. There was no TV, no Wi-Fi, and my phone barely had a signal. That was fine by me. I wanted to disconnect. The first day passed quietly. I unpacked my things, cooked a simple dinner, and spent the evening reading a book I'd been meaning to start. The only sounds were the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant calls of birds. By nightfall, the forest was completely silent. I hadn't realized how much noise I was used to until I was surrounded by such stillness. It was unnerving at first, but I told myself it was part of the charm. The second day, I decided to explore the area. There was a faint trail that led deeper into the woods, and I followed it for a while. The trees here were massive, their trunks thick with age. The air was cool and damp, and sunlight filtered through the leaves in patches. After walking for about an hour, I stumbled upon a small creek. The water was crystal clear, and I spent some time sitting by it, enjoying the peace. It felt good to be away from everything, to have no responsibilities for a little while. On my way back to the cabin, I noticed something odd. About 20 feet off the trail, there was a pile of rocks stacked in a cone shape. It was deliberate, not something nature had done. Curious, I walked closer. The rocks were smooth, some covered in moss, and they were stacked carefully. It reminded me of cairns, the stone markers hikers sometimes leave, but this one felt different. I couldn't explain why, but it gave me an uneasy feeling. Shrugging it off, I made my way back to the cabin. That night, I couldn't sleep. The stillness of the forest, which had felt calming the day before, now felt oppressive. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle of leaves outside, made me tense. I kept telling myself it was just my imagination, that I wasn't used to this kind of quiet. But there was something else, a nagging feeling that I wasn't alone. I eventually drifted off, but my sleep was restless. The next morning, I found something strange near the cabin. About 10 feet from the porch, there was a single shoe. It was an old, worn-out sneaker, muddy and frayed. It definitely wasn't mine, and I hadn't seen it the day before. I looked around, trying to figure out where it might have come from, but there were no footprints, no signs of anyone else. It didn't make sense. I left the shoe where it was and tried to push it out of my mind. I spent the day close to the cabin, not feeling up to exploring again. I chopped some firewood, made lunch, and tried to read, but I couldn't focus. My thoughts kept drifting back to the shoe and the strange pile of rocks. By evening, I was on edge. The peaceful retreat I'd envisioned was quickly turning into something else. That night, as I was lying in bed, I heard it, faint at first, barely audible over the sound of the wind. It was a tapping sound, like something lightly hitting the side of the cabin. Top, top, top. I froze, my heart racing. I tried to tell myself it was just a branch or an animal, but it didn't stop. The taps were deliberate, spaced out evenly. I sat up, straining to hear more. The tapping moved, now coming from the window nearest the bed. I didn't dare look. The sound continued for what felt like an eternity before stopping abruptly. The silence that followed was deafening. I didn't sleep that night, keeping the flashlight clutched in my hand until the first light of dawn. The next morning, I decided to leave. Whatever was happening, I didn't want to stick around to find out. I packed my things quickly, tossing them into my bag without much care. As I stepped onto the porch, I froze. The shoe was gone. In its place was another pile of rocks, smaller than the one I'd seen on the trail, but just as deliberate. My hands trembled as I loaded my bag into the car. As I started the engine, I glanced back at the cabin one last time. Something moved in the window. It was quick, just a shadow, but it was enough to make me floor the gas. The gravel sprayed as I sped down the lane, not stopping until I was back on the main road. It's been weeks since I left that cabin, but I can't stop thinking about it. The shoe, the rocks, the tapping, none of it makes sense. I told a few people about my experience, but no one has any answers. I've tried to put it behind me, but sometimes, late at night, I think I hear that tapping sound again. Top, top, top. And I wonder if I ever really left that place behind. I've always been someone who enjoyed solitude. There's something calming about being away from the noise of the world, surrounded by nature. That's why I decided to rent a remote cabin deep in the woods for a week. I wanted to unplug, to disconnect from work emails and social media, and just exist for a while. The idea was to spend the days hiking and the nights reading by the fire. It was supposed to be perfect. The cabin was advertised as off the grid, and it certainly lived up to that description. After driving for hours through increasingly narrow and rough dirt roads, I arrived at the place. It was small but cozy, with weathered wooden walls and a tin roof. The porch faced a dense forest, and there wasn't another house or cabin in sight. The nearest town was about an hour's drive away, and my cell phone had no signal long before I reached the cabin. That didn't bother me. It was what I wanted. Inside, the cabin was sparsely furnished. There was a small kitchen with an old stove and a single sink, a living room with a worn-out couch and a wood-burning stove, and a bedroom with a creaky twin bed. The bathroom was an outhouse about 20 feet from the back door. It felt rustic and authentic, exactly what I'd imagined. The first couple of days were exactly what I needed. I spent hours hiking the nearby trails, admiring the towering pines and the occasional glimpses of wildlife. I saw deer, squirrels, and even a fox. The air was crisp and cool, and the only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the occasional bird call. At night, I'd sit by the fire, listening to the crackling wood and the distant hoot of an owl. It was peaceful, almost idyllic. On the third day, I decided to explore further into the woods. I packed a small backpack with water, a snack, and a flashlight, just in case I ended up staying out longer than planned. I didn't take a map because I figured I'd stay close enough to find my way back easily. The trails were unmarked, but I had a good sense of direction and wasn't too worried. As I walked, the forest grew denser. The trees were taller, their branches intertwined to form a canopy that blocked out much of the sunlight. The ground was covered in a thick layer of moss and fallen leaves, muffling my footsteps. It was beautiful but slightly eerie. There was a stillness to the air, as if the forest were holding its breath. After about an hour of hiking, I stumbled upon something unexpected. A clearing with the remnants of an old campsite. There was a rusted-out metal frame that might have been part of a cot, a collapsed tent, and a long-dead fire pit surrounded by blackened stones. It looked like no one had been there for years. Curious, I poked around, kicking at the debris. I found a moldy old backpack and, inside it, a few faded photographs of a man and a woman smiling at the camera. There was no note or anything to indicate who they were or what had happened. The whole scene felt odd, like it had been abandoned in a hurry. I didn't linger. Something about the campsite unsettled me, and I decided to head back to the cabin. But as I retraced my steps, I started to feel uneasy. The forest seemed different, the trees unfamiliar. I realized I had lost my bearings. I'd been so sure I'd kept track of where I'd come from, but now everything looked the same. I tried not to panic. I had my flashlight and enough daylight left to find my way. I walked in what I thought was the right direction, but the forest seemed endless. The dense trees and underbrush made it hard to see more than a few feet ahead, and I couldn't find any landmarks I recognized. As the sun began to set, my unease grew into fear. The forest, which had felt so serene earlier, now seemed menacing. Every shadow looked like it was moving, and every rustle in the underbrush made me jump. I tried to stay calm, telling myself I'd find my way eventually, but it was no use. I was lost. When darkness fell, I knew I had to stop and wait for morning. Wandering in the dark would only make things worse. I found a spot where the ground was relatively flat and cleared away some leaves to sit down. I had my flashlight and the small snack I'd packed, but the night was cold, and I hadn't brought anything to keep warm. I huddled under my jacket, trying to conserve body heat. The forest at night was alive with sounds. The hooting of owls, the chirping of crickets, and the occasional rustle of something moving through the underbrush. I couldn't see much beyond the beam of my flashlight, and my imagination ran wild. Every sound felt like it was getting closer, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I didn't sleep much that night. The ground was hard and cold, and every noise startled me awake. When the first light of dawn broke through the trees, I felt a wave of relief. I picked myself up, stiff and sore, and started walking again, hoping to find the cabin. After a couple of hours, I stumbled upon a stream. I remembered crossing a stream on my way into the forest, so I decided to follow it. The water was cold and clear, and I stopped to drink and splash some on my face. It revived me a little, and I pressed on, keeping the stream to my right. Eventually, I found a dirt trail. It wasn't the one I'd taken originally, but it was something. I followed it, hoping it would lead me back to the cabin or at least to a road. As I walked, I noticed something odd. The trail was littered with broken branches and fresh footprints. They weren't mine, and they looked recent. I froze. Someone else was out here. At first, I felt a surge of hope. Maybe it was another hiker or a ranger who could help me. But as I followed the trail, I started to feel uneasy. The footprints didn't seem random. They circled back on themselves and crossed over each other, as if whoever made them had been wandering aimlessly or deliberately trying to confuse anyone who followed. Then I found something that stopped me in my tracks. A crude wooden structure built against a tree. It was little more than a lean-to made of branches and tarps, but it was clearly occupied. There were empty food cans, a makeshift fire pit, and even a bundle of blankets. Whoever was staying there wasn't far away. I didn't want to stick around to find out who it was. The campsite I'd found the day before flashed through my mind, and I felt a chill. I turned back the way I'd come, walking as quickly and quietly as I could. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting someone to appear behind me. After what felt like hours, I saw something through the trees. The cabin. Relief washed over me, and I broke into a run. When I reached the porch, I collapsed onto the steps, breathing hard. I felt safe again, but the sense of unease lingered. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the footprints and the lean-to. Who had been out there? Were they still nearby? The forest, which had felt so inviting at first, now seemed like a threat. Every creak of the cabin and every rustle outside made me jump. I kept the flashlight and a kitchen knife by my side, just in case. The next morning, I decided to cut my trip short. I packed up my things and loaded them into the car. As I was about to leave, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Footprints in the dirt around the cabin. They hadn't been there the day before, and they weren't mine. I didn't waste any time. I got in the car and drove away as fast as I could, not looking back. As I navigated the winding dirt roads, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me, hidden among the trees. When I finally reached the main road, I felt a sense of relief so profound it almost brought me to tears. I drove straight home, vowing never to go back to that cabin or any other remote place again. The woods might be beautiful, but they're also vast and unforgiving. And sometimes you're not as alone as you think. I always thought of myself as a cautious person, someone who paid attention to details and avoided unnecessary risks. That mindset is what made me think I was prepared when I decided to spend a few days alone in a remote cabin deep in the woods. It wasn't entirely impulsive. I'd been looking forward to this trip for months. The idea was to disconnect, reset my mind, and take a break from the stress of my day-to-day life. The cabin belonged to an old acquaintance of mine, Paul. He inherited it from his uncle and rarely used it, so when I asked if I could borrow it for a long weekend, he was more than happy to lend it out. He warned me, though, that it was a bit of a drive and the cabin was very basic. No electricity, no running water, just a wood stove, some kerosene lamps, and a creek nearby for water. It sounded perfect to me. I was looking for solitude, not luxury. The drive to the cabin took longer than I expected. The main road turned into a gravel path that eventually narrowed into little more than a dirt trail. My car, a reliable old sedan, wasn't exactly built for off-roading, and I found myself gripping the wheel tightly as I navigated potholes and uneven terrain. The deeper I went, the more isolated it felt. Towering pine trees lined both sides of the path, their branches forming a canopy that blocked out most of the afternoon sunlight. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the earthy scent of moss and damp soil. When I finally reached the cabin, it was nearly dusk. The structure was smaller than I imagined. A single-story wooden building with a steeply pitched roof and a small porch out front. The paint had long since faded, and the wood looked weathered but solid. It was clear the cabin had been sitting here for years, untouched by modernity. There was a stack of firewood piled neatly by the side of the house and an old outhouse a short distance away. Beyond the cabin, the forest stretched endlessly in every direction. The first thing I did was unload my supplies. I'd packed light, a sleeping bag, a few changes of clothes, a lantern, matches, canned food, and a portable water filter for the creek. Once I had everything inside, I set about making the place livable. The cabin's interior was as rustic as I expected. There was a small cot in one corner, a cast iron wood stove in the center, and a wooden table with 2 chairs by the window. Shelves lined one wall, filled with dusty jars, old tools, and random odds and ends. It was sparse but cozy in its own way. I spent the first evening settling in. I started a fire in the stove to warm the place up, lit a few kerosene lamps, and opened a can of soup for dinner. Outside, the forest was eerily quiet. The only sounds were the crackling fire and the occasional rustle of leaves as the wind passed through the trees. It was exactly what I'd wanted: peace and quiet. The first night passed uneventfully. I slept surprisingly well, considering the cot wasn't exactly comfortable. In the morning, I decided to explore the area. There was a faint trail leading away from the cabin, and I followed it for a while. It wound through the forest, crossing the creek a couple of times and eventually looping back toward the cabin. Along the way, I saw signs of wildlife: deer tracks, a rabbit darting through the underbrush, and even a few bear droppings. It was a reminder that I was truly out in the wilderness. By the second day, I had settled into a routine. I spent the mornings hiking and gathering firewood, the afternoons reading or sketching, and the evenings cooking simple meals and listening to the forest. The solitude was refreshing, but there was an undercurrent of unease that I couldn't shake. It wasn't anything specific, just a feeling, like I was being watched. I chalked it up to my overactive imagination and the unfamiliarity of being so isolated. That night, as I was lying in bed, I heard something outside. It wasn't the usual rustling of leaves or the distant hoot of an owl. This was different. It sounded like footsteps, deliberate and heavy, crunching through the underbrush just beyond the cabin. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a deer or a bear, but the sound didn't move away. It circled the cabin slowly, pausing every few steps. I grabbed the hatchet I'd brought for chopping firewood and sat there in the dark, listening. Eventually, the footsteps faded into the distance, and I convinced myself it was nothing to worry about. The next morning, I found tracks outside the cabin. They weren't animal tracks. These were human footprints, large and deeply imprinted in the soft soil. They circled the cabin and then disappeared into the forest. I stared at them for a long time, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Who would be out here in the middle of nowhere? And why would they be walking around my cabin in the middle of the night? I spent the day feeling jumpy, constantly looking over my shoulder. I didn't see or hear anything unusual, but the sense of being watched grew stronger. That evening, I made sure all the doors and windows were locked. Not that it would do much good if someone really wanted to get in. The cabin wasn't exactly a fortress. I kept the hatchet close by and tried to focus on the book I was reading, but every little noise outside made me jump. That night, the footsteps returned. This time, they were louder, more insistent. Whoever it was didn't bother to be quiet. They stomped around the cabin, occasionally stopping to knock on the walls. The sound echoed through the small space, sending chills down my spine. I sat in the dark, gripping the hatchet, my mind racing. Should I confront them? Shout? Call for help? But there was no cell service out here, and I had no idea who or what I'd be dealing with. The knocking stopped after what felt like an eternity, and the footsteps moved away. I didn't sleep at all that night. As soon as it was light out, I packed my things. I decided I'd had enough of the wilderness and solitude. The plan was to leave as quickly as possible, but when I stepped outside, I found something that stopped me in my tracks. A crude figure made of sticks and twine was hanging from the porch, swinging gently in the breeze. It was small, no bigger than a foot tall, but it was unmistakably meant to resemble a person. My stomach churned as I stared at it. This wasn't just some random act of nature. Someone had made this and left it here for me to find. I threw my bag in the car and started the engine. The drive back was a nightmare. The dirt trail seemed narrower than before, the overhanging branches scraping against the car like claws. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone or something following me. By the time I reached the main road, I was shaking. When I finally got home, I called Paul and told him what had happened. He sounded shocked and promised to look into it, but I could tell he didn't know what to make of it either. To this day, I have no idea who was out there or what they wanted. All I know is that I'll never go back to that cabin again. What started as a peaceful retreat turned into a nightmare I'll never forget, and the thought of those footsteps circling the cabin still haunts me. When I decided to spend a week alone in a remote cabin, it wasn't some dramatic search for solitude or an escape from city life. I had work to do, a pile of unfinished reports that needed undisturbed focus. And my friend, Jason, had a cabin he'd offered up countless times. It was nestled deep in the woods, far enough from the nearest town that you'd have to plan your groceries carefully, but it sounded perfect for what I needed. I arrived on a Monday afternoon, just as the late autumn sun was beginning to set. The road leading to the cabin was little more than a dirt path, riddled with potholes and lined with towering pine trees that blocked out most of the light. When I finally reached the clearing, the cabin stood there, small and sturdy, with a sloped roof and a narrow porch. It was surrounded by dense woods, the kind that felt like they were watching you back. A single chimney puffed out thin trails of smoke from the wood stove Jason had assured me would keep the place warm. Inside, the cabin was simple but cozy. There was a main room with a small kitchen, a wooden dining table, and a worn couch facing a cast-iron stove. A short hallway led to the bedroom and a bathroom that was more functional than comfortable. Jason had left it stocked with firewood, bottled water, and basic supplies. I unpacked quickly, setting up my laptop on the dining table and stacking my papers nearby. The sooner I started, the sooner I could finish. The first night was uneventful. I worked until my eyes felt heavy, ate a quick dinner of canned soup, and climbed into the creaky bed. The silence was almost too much at first. No cars, no distant hum of city life, just the occasional rustling of leaves and the hoot of an owl. But I told myself this was what I needed, a chance to disconnect, focus, and maybe even enjoy a bit of nature. By the second day, I had settled into a routine. Mornings were spent writing. Afternoons were for stretching my legs with short walks around the cabin, and evenings were for reading or staring into the fire. The isolation wasn't as unsettling as I'd feared. It was actually nice, freeing even. But as the days passed, small things began to gnaw at me. It started with noises. At first, I dismissed them as animals. The woods were full of life, and it wasn't unusual to hear branches snapping or leaves crunching underfoot. But there were moments when the sounds felt deliberate, like the steady thud of footsteps rather than the random scurry of a deer or a raccoon. Once, just after midnight, I thought I heard a low, rhythmic tapping against one of the windows. I'd been reading by the fire and froze, my book halfway to my face. I listened, straining to hear it again, but it stopped. Telling myself it was a loose branch swaying in the wind, I went to bed, though it took hours to fall asleep. On the third day, I decided to explore a bit farther during my afternoon walk. The woods were thick, but there were faint trails leading away from the cabin. I followed one of them, crunching through fallen leaves and stepping over gnarled roots. The air was crisp, and the smell of damp earth filled my lungs. After about 20 minutes, I stumbled across something unexpected, an old, abandoned campsite. There was a rusted fire ring, a tattered tarp tangled in the branches, and what looked like the remains of a tent, now collapsed and overgrown with moss. It looked like it hadn't been used in years, but it gave me an uneasy feeling. I couldn't shake the thought of who might have camped here and why they'd left so much behind. Maybe they'd planned to come back and never did. Or maybe something drove them away. I took a few pictures with my phone, thinking I'd show Jason later, and headed back to the cabin. That night, the tapping returned. It was louder this time and unmistakable. I'd closed all the curtains earlier, not wanting to feel exposed in the dark, but now I regretted it. The sound was coming from the window near the kitchen, and my mind raced with possibilities. A bird? A branch? Something else? I stood there, frozen, debating whether to look. Eventually, I grabbed a flashlight and forced myself to pull the curtain aside. The beam of light cut through the glass and into the woods, revealing nothing but trees and darkness. The tapping stopped. By the fourth day, I was on edge. I hadn't slept well, and every creak of the cabin felt amplified. I tried to focus on my work, but my mind kept wandering. I thought about the campsite, the tapping, the feeling of being watched. Around midday, I decided to take another walk, this time sticking closer to the cabin. I circled the perimeter, scanning the ground for tracks or signs of animals. That's when I noticed something strange. Faint, shoe-like impressions in the dirt. They weren't fresh, but they were definitely human. They led toward the cabin and then disappeared, as if whoever made them had turned back. I spent the rest of the afternoon pacing, checking the locks on the doors and windows, and trying to convince myself there was a logical explanation. Maybe a hiker had wandered through and left the prints. Maybe the noises were just my imagination. But deep down, I knew something felt off. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I built up the fire and double-checked everything. I kept the flashlight within arm's reach and a heavy poker from the stove by my side. The night dragged on, every minute feeling like an hour. Around midnight, the tapping returned. This time, it wasn't just at one window. It moved first to the living room, then to the bedroom, then back to the kitchen. Steady, deliberate, like someone testing the boundaries. I stayed rooted to the couch, gripping the poker tightly. The fire crackled, casting flickering shadows across the room. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the tapping stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. I waited, heart pounding, until the first light of dawn crept through the curtains. By the fifth day, I'd had enough. I packed my things, loaded them into the car, and took one last look at the cabin. The woods felt oppressive, the trees looming over me like silent witnesses. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone or something watching me go. But there was nothing, just the empty clearing and the cabin, small and unassuming, as if it had never been anything but a quiet retreat. I didn't tell Jason the full story when I returned his keys. I mentioned the noises and the campsite but left out the rest. He laughed it off, saying the woods could play tricks on you when you're alone for too long. Maybe he was right, or maybe some places just weren't meant to be visited alone. Either way, I knew one thing for sure: I wouldn't be going back. I've always been someone who craved solitude. Growing up in a noisy house with 3 siblings, I learned to appreciate any moment of quiet I could get. That's probably why, after moving to the city for work, I started taking trips out to the countryside whenever I could. These little getaways were my way of recharging, just me and the wilderness. This time, I decided to rent a remote cabin deep in the woods for a week. No internet, no cell service, no distractions, just peace. I found the place on a small vacation rental site. The pictures showed a modest log cabin surrounded by towering pines, with a small lake nearby. It was perfect. The description mentioned it was far from any neighbors and only accessible via a narrow dirt road. But that suited me just fine. I packed my car with enough supplies for a week: food, water, a few books, and my hiking gear, and set off early one Saturday morning. The drive was long but scenic, as the highway gave way to smaller roads and eventually to a bumpy dirt path. I could feel the stress of city life melting away. The cabin came into view after about an hour of navigating that rough road. It looked even better in person, rustic but sturdy, with a stone chimney and a small porch out front. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the earthy scent of pine and damp soil. After unloading my car, I took a walk around the property to familiarize myself with the area. The cabin sat on a slight hill, with the forest stretching out in every direction. About 200 yards down the slope, I found the lake. The water was calm and clear, reflecting the sky and trees like a mirror. It was so quiet I could hear the soft rustling of leaves and the occasional call of a bird. I stood there for a while, just soaking it all in. By the time I got back to the cabin, the sun was starting to dip below the treetops. I lit the wood stove and cooked a simple dinner. After eating, I sat on the porch with a cup of tea, watching the sky turn shades of orange and pink before fading into a deep blue. It was the kind of peace I'd been longing for. The first couple of days passed uneventfully. I spent my mornings hiking through the woods, following faint trails and sometimes just wandering wherever the terrain took me. Afternoons were for reading or napping by the lake. Evenings, I'd cook, then sit by the fire, letting the crackling flames and the chirping of crickets lull me into relaxation. It was exactly what I'd hoped for. On the third day, though, things started to feel off. It began with small things. That morning, while hiking, I came across what looked like an old campsite. There was a fire pit surrounded by blackened rocks, a few rusty cans, and some torn fabric hanging from a branch. It didn't seem like anyone had been there recently, but it gave me an uneasy feeling. Still, I brushed it off. People camp in the woods all the time, I told myself. Nothing strange about that. Later, as I was chopping wood for the stove, I thought I heard footsteps in the forest. Not the soft padding of animals, but the deliberate crunch of boots on leaves. I stopped and listened, holding my breath. The sound came again, faint but distinct. I called out, "Hello?" hoping it was just a hiker who'd wandered too close to the cabin. There was no reply, and after a few moments, the footsteps stopped. I stood there for a while, axe in hand, scanning the trees. Nothing moved. Eventually, I went back to chopping, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. That night, I had trouble sleeping. Every creak of the cabin and rustle of the wind outside seemed amplified. At one point, I thought I heard something brushing against the side of the cabin, but when I got up to check, there was nothing there, just the trees swaying in the moonlight. The next day, I decided to stay close to the cabin. I told myself it was just to relax, but deep down, I knew I didn't want to wander too far from safety. I spent the morning stacking wood and cleaning up around the cabin. Around noon, I walked down to the lake. As I reached the shore, I noticed something odd. A pile of rocks had been carefully arranged near the water's edge. They weren't there the day before. The arrangement didn't look natural. The stones were too evenly spaced, too deliberately placed. It sent a shiver down my spine. I scanned the area, looking for any sign of who might have done it, but there was nothing. No footprints, no discarded items, nothing to suggest someone had been there. Feeling uneasy, I kicked the rocks apart and headed back to the cabin. That evening, I decided to lock the doors and windows, something I hadn't bothered with before. Felt silly, after all, I was miles from anyone. But I couldn't shake the sense of unease that had been building since the day before. As I sat by the fire, I tried to convince myself it was all in my head. The footsteps, the rocks, the feeling of being watched. It was just my imagination running wild in the isolation. Around midnight, I was jolted awake by a loud bang. It sounded like something had hit the side of the cabin. Heart pounding, I grabbed the flashlight I'd left by the bed and crept to the window. Shining the light outside, I couldn't see anything unusual. Everything was still. But then I noticed the door to the woodshed swinging open in the wind. I was certain I'd closed it earlier. Summoning my courage, I threw on a jacket and stepped outside. The cold night air bit at my skin as I approached the shed. The flashlight beam danced across the trees, casting long, flickering shadows. When I reached the shed, I found the door hanging off one hinge. Inside, the stack of firewood I'd neatly arranged earlier was scattered across the floor. At first, I thought it might have been an animal, but then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. In the dirt outside the shed, there were footprints. Human footprints. They were larger than mine, and they led off into the woods. I backed away slowly, my mind racing. Someone had been here. Someone was out there watching me. I hurried back to the cabin, locking the door behind me. I spent the rest of the night sitting by the fire, clutching the axe and jumping at every sound. Sleep was out of the question. The next morning, I decided to cut my trip short. I packed my things as quickly as I could, constantly glancing over my shoulder. The drive back down the dirt road felt like it took forever. Every shadow in the trees seemed to move. Every sound made me flinch. When I finally reached the highway, I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. It's been a few weeks since that trip, and I still can't explain what happened. Maybe it was just some drifter passing through, or maybe it was someone who'd been living in those woods. Either way, I'm not eager to go back and find out. The peace and solitude I'd been searching for came with a price. One I'm not sure I'm willing to pay again. It started with a simple plan. A weekend escape to a cabin deep in the woods. I'd rented it online after seeing pictures of a cozy wooden retreat surrounded by endless trees. The listing promised solitude, fresh air, and a chance to disconnect from everything. Exactly what I needed. My life had been a whirlwind of stress lately. Work deadlines piled up, my phone never stopped buzzing, and I couldn't remember the last time I'd gotten a full night's sleep. The thought of spending a couple of days away from it all sounded perfect. The cabin was about a 3-hour drive from the city. The last stretch was on a dirt road that seemed to go on forever, snaking deeper into the forest. The further I drove, the denser the trees became. The air smelled of pine and damp earth, and the sunlight barely broke through the thick canopy overhead. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows across the clearing where the cabin sat. The place looked exactly like the pictures. A small, weathered wooden structure with a stone chimney and a wraparound porch. There was a fire pit out front, surrounded by a few mismatched chairs, and a stack of firewood neatly piled by the door. The nearest neighbor was miles away, according to the listing. It felt like I'd stepped into another world. Quiet, untouched, and completely isolated. After unloading my bags, I went inside to get settled. The cabin's interior was simple but cozy. A single open room with a bed in one corner, a small kitchen area, and a sitting area by the fireplace. There were a few shelves lined with books and board games, and a rug that looked like it had seen better days. The windows were small, but they offered a view of the forest outside. Everything about the place felt rustic and charming. I spent the first evening unwinding. I cooked a simple dinner, lit a fire in the fireplace, and settled into a worn armchair with a book. The only sounds were the crackling of the fire and the occasional rustle of wind through the trees. It was exactly what I'd hoped for, peaceful and quiet. By the time I crawled into bed, I felt more relaxed than I had in weeks. But that peaceful feeling didn't last. I woke up in the middle of the night to a strange sound. At first, I couldn't place it. A faint scratching noise, like something brushing against the side of the cabin. My heart raced as I lay there in the dark, straining to hear. The noise came again, soft but deliberate, and I realized it was coming from outside. I told myself it was probably just an animal, a raccoon or maybe a stray branch scraping against the wood. But the sound didn't stop. I got out of bed and crept to the window, peeking through the curtains. The moon was bright, casting a pale light over the clearing. I couldn't see anything unusual, just the trees swaying gently in the breeze. Still, the scratching continued, intermittent and persistent. I checked the locks on the door and windows, reassured myself that I was safe, and eventually went back to bed. The sound faded after a while, and I drifted back to sleep. The next morning, I tried to brush off the incident. The sun was shining, and the forest felt inviting in the daylight. I spent the day hiking on a nearby trail, taking in the scenery and enjoying the fresh air. It was exactly what I needed to clear my head. By the time I returned to the cabin, I'd almost forgotten about the scratching. That night, though, it happened again. The same faint, persistent scratching coming from outside the cabin. This time, I felt a knot of unease in my stomach. I grabbed a flashlight and decided to take a look. Stepping out onto the porch, I shivered as the cold night air hit me. The forest was eerily quiet, the kind of silence that made every little sound seem amplified. I shone the flashlight around the clearing, but there was nothing there. No animals, no branches close enough to the cabin to be causing the noise. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I went back inside, locked the door, and tried to convince myself it was nothing. But sleep didn't come easily that night. The next day, I noticed something strange. Near the corner of the cabin, where I'd heard the scratching, the ground looked disturbed. The dirt was loose, as if it had been dug up. There were no clear tracks, just an area where the soil looked like it had been recently moved. I stared at it for a long time, trying to make sense of it. Maybe an animal had been digging there? That would explain the noise, I thought. But the disturbed area was larger than what I'd expect from a small animal. As the day went on, my unease grew. I couldn't stop thinking about the scratching, the disturbed ground, and the strange quietness of the forest. Even the sunlight didn't feel comforting anymore. I started to notice how isolated I truly was. If something happened out here, no one would know. No one would hear me. That night, the scratching returned, louder and more insistent than before. I lay in bed, heart pounding, as the sound moved along the wall of the cabin. It wasn't just one spot anymore. It seemed to circle the cabin, as if something was deliberately moving around the perimeter. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed the flashlight and my phone and stepped outside. The air was freezing, and the forest seemed darker than ever. I shone the flashlight around, my breath visible in the cold night air. For a moment, everything was still. Then, I noticed something near the edge of the clearing. The beam of my flashlight caught movement. A figure, barely visible, slipping into the shadows of the trees. Panic surged through me. I shouted, but the figure didn't respond. They were gone, swallowed by the darkness of the forest. My hands shook as I backed toward the cabin, locking the door behind me. I tried calling for help, but my phone had no signal. I was completely alone. The rest of the night was a blur of fear. I sat by the fire, clutching a kitchen knife, listening for any sign of movement outside. The scratching didn't return, but I couldn't shake the image of the figure I'd seen. Who were they? What were they doing out here? And why had they been near the cabin? By morning, I'd made up my mind to leave. I packed my things in record time, constantly glancing over my shoulder as I loaded the car. The forest felt oppressive, the trees closing in around me. As I drove away, I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following me. When I finally reached the main road, I felt a wave of relief. The tension in my chest eased, and I realized how tightly I'd been gripping the steering wheel. I drove straight home, vowing never to go back to that cabin again. Later, I tried to find out more about the area. I searched online, looking for any reports of strange activity near the cabin, but I didn't find anything. The listing was still up, with glowing reviews from other visitors. No one else seemed to have experienced what I did. To this day, I don't know who or what was outside the cabin that night. Maybe it was just a trespasser, someone passing through the woods. Or maybe it was something more sinister. Whatever the case, I learned one thing. Solitude isn't always peaceful. Sometimes it's downright terrifying. The cabin stood in the heart of a dense forest, its wooden walls weathered by years of exposure to the elements. It wasn't a place I had chosen willingly. I had inherited it from my late uncle, a man I barely knew. I had driven up to Vermont to inspect the property, thinking it would be a quick visit. Maybe I could sell it off to someone who loved solitude, but I never imagined how isolated it would feel once I was there. The drive to the cabin had been uneventful. Miles of winding roads had given way to a single dirt track, bordered by tall pines that seemed to close in as I went deeper into the woods. By the time I arrived, the late afternoon sun was already sinking behind the trees, casting long shadows across the clearing. The air smelled of damp earth and pine, and the only sounds were the distant rustling of leaves and the occasional caw of a crow. It felt peaceful, almost too peaceful. The cabin itself was modest, with a sloping roof and a small porch that sagged slightly. A rusted axe leaned against a chopping block by the side, and a stack of firewood was piled neatly under a tarp. The windows were grimy, and the front door creaked ominously as I pushed it open. Inside, the air was stale, carrying the faint scent of mildew and old wood. The furniture was sparse. A small table with 2 chairs, a threadbare couch, and a cast-iron stove in the corner. A single bedroom lay at the back, its narrow bed covered with a faded quilt. I dropped my bag by the door and walked through the cabin, checking for any signs of animals or damage. The floorboards groaned under my weight, and I noticed a few cobwebs in the corners. The place felt untouched, as though my uncle had walked out one day and never returned. A few personal items remained: a pair of boots by the door, a jacket hanging on a hook, and a mug on the table. It was unsettling in a way I couldn't quite put into words. After unpacking a few essentials, I decided to explore the surrounding area before nightfall. The forest was dense, with towering trees that blocked out much of the evening light. A narrow trail led away from the cabin, winding through the undergrowth. I followed it for a while, listening to the sounds of the forest, the rustle of leaves, the chirping of crickets, and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. There was no sign of other people, no distant hum of cars or voices. It was just me and the wilderness. By the time I returned to the cabin, the sun had set and the temperature had dropped. I lit a fire in the stove, its warmth filling the small space. I cooked a simple meal on a portable camping stove I had brought with me and ate in silence, the crackling of the fire my only companion. Outside, the darkness was absolute, the kind that only exists far from city lights. I tried to read a book I'd packed but found it hard to concentrate. My mind kept wandering back to the eerie silence of the forest. When I finally went to bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The cabin creaked and groaned as it settled, and every noise seemed amplified in the quiet. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps outside, but when I got up to look through the window, there was nothing but darkness. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon. Still, I couldn't shake the unease. The next morning, I decided to explore further. I packed a small bag with water and snacks and followed the trail from the previous evening. It led deeper into the woods, winding through thick undergrowth and over small streams. After an hour or so, I came across a clearing with an old, dilapidated shack. It looked even older than the cabin, with its roof caved in and walls covered in moss. Curious, I approached it cautiously, peering through the broken windows. Inside, I saw remnants of furniture, a rusted stove, and a pile of rotting wood. It didn't look like anyone had been there in decades. As I turned to leave, I noticed something on the ground near the shack. It was a set of footprints, fresh and unmistakable. They weren't mine. They were larger and pressed deeply into the soft earth. My heart began to race as I scanned the area, but there was no sign of anyone. The forest around me was silent, too silent. I felt an overwhelming urge to leave, so I hurried back to the cabin, constantly glancing over my shoulder. Back at the cabin, I locked the door and sat by the window, watching the trail for any sign of movement. Hours passed, and nothing happened. I tried to convince myself that the footprints belonged to a hunter or a hiker, but the nagging feeling of unease wouldn't go away. That night, I barely slept, jumping at every noise. The next day, I decided to cut my trip short. I packed my things and loaded them into the car, eager to leave the cabin behind. But when I tried to start the engine, it wouldn't turn over. I checked under the hood, but nothing seemed obviously wrong. I wasn't much of a mechanic, and with no cell service, I couldn't call for help. Frustrated, I decided to walk to the nearest town, which was about 10 miles away according to the map. I started down the dirt road, the forest pressing in on either side. The air was heavy with the smell of pine and damp earth, and the sound of my footsteps seemed unnaturally loud. After a few miles, I noticed something strange. The road, which had been clear earlier, was now littered with branches and debris as though a storm had passed through. I hadn't heard any wind or rain, and the sky was clear. It didn't make sense. As I continued, I began to feel like I was being watched. I couldn't shake the sensation, and every so often, I would stop and turn around, only to find the road empty. The forest seemed to close in tighter with every step, the trees casting long shadows across the path. My pace quickened, driven by a growing sense of urgency. When I finally reached the town, I was exhausted and on edge. I found a small gas station with a payphone and called for a tow truck. While I waited, I told the clerk about the strange occurrences, but he just shrugged and said the woods could be eerie sometimes. "People get spooked out there," he said, as if that explained everything. The tow truck driver arrived an hour later and drove me back to the cabin. He looked around uneasily as we approached. "This place gives me the creeps," he muttered under his breath. He managed to get my car started, and I didn't waste any time leaving. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone or something watching me from the trees. But there was nothing. It's been weeks since that trip, and I can't get the experience out of my mind. The cabin is still in my name, but I have no intention of going back. Whatever was out there, whether it was a person or just my imagination, I don't want to find out. The woods have their secrets, and some are better left undisturbed. I've always enjoyed the quiet. Growing up in a city full of noise and chaos, the idea of escaping to a secluded cabin in the woods felt like heaven. It was something I'd been planning for years. A week of solitude. No phone, no internet, just me and nature. When I finally found the perfect spot, a small, one-bedroom cabin nestled in a dense forest miles away from the nearest town, I booked it without hesitation. The drive to the cabin was peaceful, the kind of scenic route that forces you to slow down and appreciate the world around you. The last stretch was a dirt road, winding through towering trees that formed a canopy overhead. The cabin appeared at the end of the path, a rustic structure with a stone chimney and a wraparound porch. It looked exactly like the pictures online. I parked my car, grabbed my bags, and stepped inside. The interior was cozy, with wooden walls and a stone fireplace. There was a small kitchen, a living area with a couch and a coffee table, and a bedroom in the back. The windows were large, letting in plenty of natural light during the day. It was perfect. I unpacked my things, stocked the fridge with the groceries I'd brought, and set up my gear. I'd brought a notebook to jot down thoughts, a few books to read, and a camera to capture the beauty of the forest. This was going to be my week to disconnect and recharge. The first day was uneventful. I spent the morning exploring the area around the cabin. There was a small creek nearby, and the sound of running water was soothing. I hiked for a couple of hours, following trails that seemed rarely used. The forest was dense, with trees so tall that their tops disappeared into the sky. The air was crisp and clean, and the only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the occasional bird call. It was exactly what I needed. By the time I returned to the cabin, the sun was beginning to set. I made myself a simple dinner and sat on the porch, watching as the sky turned shades of orange and pink. The stillness was almost eerie, but in a comforting way. As night fell, the forest became pitch black, the kind of darkness you don't experience in the city. I lit a fire in the fireplace and settled in with a book. The quiet was absolute, broken only by the crackling of the fire. The second day started much like the first. I woke up early, brewed a cup of coffee, and sat on the porch to watch the sunrise. The forest seemed to come alive in the morning light, with animals scurrying about and birds singing. I decided to explore a bit further that day, venturing deeper into the woods. I'd marked my path with small ribbons tied to branches, a trick I'd learned from a hiking guide. It was easy to lose your sense of direction in a place like this. About an hour into my hike, I came across something strange. It was a clearing with a large tree in the center, its trunk scarred with deep grooves. The ground around it was covered in disturbed earth, as if something had been digging. It felt out of place, almost unnatural. I'm not a superstitious person, but there was something about that tree that made me uneasy. I took a few pictures and moved on, not wanting to linger. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I told myself it was nothing, just my imagination playing tricks on me. The forest is full of strange sights and sounds, and not everything has an explanation. Still, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing noises outside, faint rustling and the occasional snap of a twig. Every time I got up to look, there was nothing there. The darkness seemed to press in on the cabin, and I found myself constantly glancing at the windows. The third day was when things started to feel truly off. I decided to check out the clearing again, curious to see if I'd missed anything. When I got there, the disturbed earth looked fresher, as if someone had been digging there recently. The grooves in the tree trunk seemed deeper, almost as if they'd been carved further. It made no sense. I hadn't seen a single person since I arrived, and the cabin was miles from the nearest road. Who would come out here and why? As I stood there, the forest felt unnaturally quiet. No birds, no rustling leaves, nothing. It was as if the woods were holding their breath. I'd planned to hike further that day, but the unease was too much. I turned back, following the ribbons I'd tied to guide me. Halfway back to the cabin, I noticed one of the ribbons was missing. At first, I thought I'd simply missed it, but as I kept walking, I realized several were gone. Someone had removed them. By the time I reached the cabin, I was on edge. I locked the doors and windows, something I hadn't bothered to do before. The rest of the day passed in a blur. I couldn't focus on anything, constantly checking outside and listening for sounds. That night, the noises returned. This time, they were louder, closer. I heard what sounded like footsteps circling the cabin, slow and deliberate. I stayed up all night, clutching the fireplace poker, my eyes glued to the door. When morning finally came, I decided to leave. The cabin had lost its charm, and I no longer felt safe. I packed my things quickly and loaded them into the car. As I was about to start the engine, I noticed something on the porch. It was one of the ribbons I'd tied during my hike, neatly folded and placed on the steps. My blood ran cold. Someone had been there watching me. The drive back to civilization was nerve-wracking. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following me. When I finally reached the main road, I felt a wave of relief. I didn't stop until I was back in the city, surrounded by people and noise. I never reported what happened. What would I say? That someone had removed some ribbons and left one on my porch? It sounded ridiculous, but I knew what I'd experienced. To this day, I can't explain what happened during those 3 days at the cabin. I've tried to rationalize it, telling myself it was just some prankster or a fellow hiker. But the look of that clearing, the missing ribbons, the footsteps, it all felt deliberate, targeted. I haven't been back to the woods since, and I've given up on the idea of a secluded getaway. The quiet that I once craved now feels suffocating, filled with unseen eyes and unheard whispers. Some places I've realized are better left alone.